this side. Good morning all. I welcome you to this open house session of 23rd National Conference for Practicing Company Secretaries. I'll just introduce the entire council to you first before we go into the question answers. On the left, I have CS Manish Gupta, Vice President of our institute. On his left, Sandeep Kejriwal, PCS Committee Chairman and Central Council Member. On his left, Praveen Soni, Central Council Member, Chairman, CCGRT Managing Committee. On his left, Vineet Chaudhary, Chairman, Auditing Standard Boards and Central Council Member. On my right, Ashish Garg is a thought leader of our team. We have Ranjit Pandey, past president and one more thought leader. Immediate former President Nagendra Rao ji is also heading CSIA. B. Narsihan heading Secretaries Standards and FSC. Allada Rao from Hyderabad. Hitendra Mehta ji heading Research Committee. And we have Ashish Mohan, Secretary of the Institute. Myself, Devendra Deshpande. I know there would be a few of the questions in respect of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, LLP website, so I'll just touch upon those points first before we get into the real question answer. Let me brief you. Basically, Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 2019 started with this particular thought process of bringing in LLP version 3 website. So you all must be aware that there are few global standards with which the few of the regulatory website works, and as per global standards, they wanted to revamp the entire forms into a web form. So there is a difference between a PDF form and a web form. That is why they have come out with the first bid in 2019. And there were a lot of further thought processes of ease of doing business, like the data will get pre-filled immediately in the web form. Who has actually prepared the form will get tracked. Who is certifying the form will get tracked. And the entire process, so the difference between a PDF and a web form is, if you put a comma in a web form, it will be tracked by the ministry. So they wanted to have a lot of data security. They wanted to use the artificial intelligence for analyzing all the forms, all the data which we file, and they wanted to be secured with many of the things. That is why they came out with this version 3. That was a thought process. The bidding went on. Nobody put the bid into that. After 6 months, one of the vendors was appointed for this particular version 3, and they started implementing that. After that, there were few corona waves, and at the end, like in this year, the version 3 website of LLP was launched in the month of February, March, and let me tell you that they have a approach that this is the thing which is going to be future. Let me tell you that there are a lot of versions of the MCA websites. Version 1, which we used to do it in 2006 till 2010. After that, version 2, which is the most prominent, because earlier there was Java which was used, now it is non-Java based, and now the third version. So every version, we have seen 3 different versions, and the security in that each of the version is different. In first version, it was not very secure. Anyone can go on that website, anyone can create his own login. The login IDs can be anything. ABCD also can be a login ID. And then version 2 came into picture, which was bit secured. After 2016, they realized that all these filings, statutory compliances are very, very important. And we need to know that who is filing, who is certifying. So PAN-based DIN came into picture, PAN-based DSC came into picture. All these logins became relevant to the PAN. Now what they are saying in version 3, it will be one email ID, one person and one PAN. So all these 3 needs to be linked. So whoever is working on the website should be known to the government. Government should Because see, there were a lot of cases, you must appreciate that. There were a lot of cases wherein the resignation form was ready before the actual board meeting took place or before the actual event took place. And then a lot of litigation went on, and then there were questions why the form was ready before the resignation, why the form was ready before the appointment, and so on and so forth. We have seen so many cases in that. So they wanted to track the entire process. So this version 3 they have brought in. When they brought in, they engaged around 50 company secretaries for testing. And we did the testing of the forms, we gave the feedbacks. When testing is done, it is done on 100 LLPs. Dummy data was given, dummy login was given, PFX were given, payment was given. So there were a lot of payment issues in version 2. So now they have shifted it to Bharat Kosh. There are a few issues with Bharat Kosh also, but they are trying to solve this particular issue. So payment issues will get resolved in this version 3, as well as this version 3 will be a completely artificial intelligence based system wherein you put in any data, they will be able to analyze it immediately. Their view is they have seen certain forms which are being filed without a blank page, because PDF cannot read it. PDF cannot read what is inside. A blank page as a director's report. They have seen so many forms. So they wanted to change this entire system, and such filing, erroneous filing, should not be there. That is why they have come out with this version 3. When version 3 came into picture, your institute was a front runner in helping the government to understand what is the system, what should be the... See, they have engaged a lot of technical people, wherein the forms were prepared by one vendor, the data of the form was prepared by one vendor, the forms were developed by some software company, and they were released for the UAT. UAT is testing. So we did a lot of testing, 50 people all across India were engaged, they did the testing, we reported them. After that, we as institute conducted 6 webinars before the launch of LLP website. The website was closed for a few days, and in those few days, we started with the webinars, wherein we actually wanted to inform the members that what is there in the version 3. So we were hopeful that after that particular 5-10 days of gap, the new system will run in a very smooth manner, but still we were apprehending that there will be few errors which might come. That is why on the date of the launch of LLP website, we created one Google form. Institute of Company Secretaries created the Google form. It was the first institute to do so. We created Google form, we sent it to all the members, informing them that this is a new system. The new system will have some glitches, some problems. So whatever problems you have, you put it in the Google form. So that we collate that information into 2 parts. One is generic problem, which is happening to all, and one is specific problem. Like my own email ID login is not working. It is not PAN based, so it is not working. So these were the starting points where institute put its role and started helping members. So till date, we have received 2,200 errors or problems in this particular version 3. And all have been sent to ministry, all have been discussed with LTI. There is a complete dedicated team of your institute. Even today, they are working on these particular issues. So all issues have been informed to ministry and LTI. Not only ministry, but to the vendor who is actually developing this ministry website. Everything has been done by us. Later on, we helped ministry to prepare the FAQs also. So you might have seen that around 6 to 7 FAQs have also come. We suggested a lot of changes in the module. They were very strict that we will not allow the name to be changed. We will not allow date of birth to be changed. Now at the end, now they are saying, okay, this is fine. We will not allow PAN to be changed, but all other details can be changed by the user. There were few issues in respect of addresses and special characters used in the addresses. We pursued that particular matter, and now that special character is allowed in the address of any of the director or any of the user. So that is how your institute has been working on a regular basis. Yes. So even the suggestion of professional employees. So there might be few trainees working in your organization. So it was institute's suggestion that you should have a login below the main login, because all the forms will be now prepared after the login. That is why we came out with this suggestion and they have accepted it. So now 10 of your employees will have individual IDs like sub-logins under your login. So they need not give their PAN, they need not give their details, just name and address is fine. And under your login, everything will happen. So the responsibility will be on you as a main user. So this is what we have done. 15 of our resources have been working since 11th May till today on MCA at LTI office. So all queries which have been which we were receiving, we have analyzed it, we have discussed it. There was one problem that LTI was not able to understand the queries raised by our practicing company secretaries. So we found that there is a problem. I am informing that this is asset liability, they are not able to understand this particular thing. So we created one group of people who can translate the real problems of practicing company secretary into a technical team. So we have done this. In this, all other 2 institutes also started working in this particular time. On 6th May itself, we realized that there is going to be a difficult time. So we applied for the relaxation in filing of forms, relaxation in additional fees, and I think they have accepted all our representations. They have given relaxation up to 30th June. And they may think about further relaxations. We are going to make one more representation to the ministry that we need, still the system is in its final stages of settlement. So we need some more time. So we will definitely give a representation maybe in a day or 2 for relaxation. Yeah, and you must appreciate that when version 1 and 2 were there, it was Companies Act 1956. Now after 2013, see, it is all about there would be some scams, there would be some errors, there would be some blatant mistakes in certain forms. On that basis, they will work. The ministry will work on those mistakes, those scams, and then they decide the system to be rolled out. So this is a thought process of the ministry. Your institute is in continuous touch with the ministry. From tomorrow, there are 15 people from our institute, 15 people from ICAI, and 10 people from Institute of Cost and Management Accountants. This team has been created. This team will start working from 21st of June on UAT, that is testing on Companies Act forms. So they have now started on a Companies Act form. We have told them that you should do this only after the LLP matters are well settled. So we have already represented them, and hopefully they are planning to do it in a phased manner. So around 8 to 9 forms will be released in the first phase. They will not be very major forms. Charge related forms would be there, DPT3 might be there, or DIR3 KYC. These are the 2-3 forms which they are targeting, which are not affecting the, what you can say, ongoing transaction or the master data of the company or LLP. So they will come out with this first phase, and then in second phase, they are planning to go out with all the forms, including the annual filing. So we have specifically made a representation in a meeting headed by Secretary MCA that these forms you should bring only after the filing season of this year is over. So that is around October, November. We have told them that whatever is the launch date, you should inform our members in advance. So in August, you tell them that, okay, 15 November is the date on which we are coming out with version 3. So that our members will make sure that before 15 November, they file all the documents in version 2 itself. There is no way MCA will go back on version 2. So forget about it. It's a forward-looking approach. They will never go back on version 2. If they now try to go on version 2 back, there will be a lot of data issues. So they are not going to go back on version 2. They will continue with version 3 itself. There were lot of pre-fill issues in respect of data of LLPs where there were corporate partners and the nominees. And that was triggered by our institute, and that has been resolved just a couple of days back. So now the pre-fill data is also resolved. So out of say 2,200 errors or complaints which we have raised, almost more than 1700 have been solved and they are in process of solving the rest of 500. Then there was a generic issues, 30 generic issues which we flagged to the ministry, and they have solved almost all of them. So now this is the stage. We have to accept that there is going to be a change. Let me tell you one point. I will clarify that if you ask the question on that particular point also, that LLPs were getting incorporated, but they were not getting the PAN and TAN, and that is why the entire process was stuck for some time. So the thing is, for companies, there is an automated system. Once the company gets incorporated, the data goes to CDSL, NSDL, and they generate the PAN, and you get the PAN and TAN. So this was a very smooth process. Now there is a difference between LLPIN and CIN. CIN is a bigger number, alphanumeric code, and LLP is a smaller code. Income tax website has been maintained by some other vendor. So they were not able to get that particular LLPIN, and they were required to punch manually. And when there was a manual interference, they realized and they have understood that there are a lot of errors in the AO code which we use. So for income tax PAN TAN, you have to select some AO codes, yeah, wherein your PAN and TAN is located. So those AO codes were wrong. So in that case, there was a lot of delay. So these are few inputs from my side. I keep the floor open. You can ask your questions in brief. Don't go into the technicalities of each of the form, because it is a question of ministry to answer those questions. But your institute, let me tell you that your institute is aware about the issues and they are taking all the steps. Yes. Ganesh, yeah. Yeah.
The problem which we are facing is that after incorporation, our data is available for one and all. Fine, I mean, it is a way of getting services which the practicing company secretary can provide. But the directors, in principle, are not liking this idea, because the mails are bombarded with all sorts of offers. I mean, be it any service being offered by our fellow member, or be it the book vendors, or be it anybody, you know. So that is creating an issue for company secretaries in employment. Because they say, what the hell is the ministry doing? You know, I mean, with all this kind of data being leaked out, telephone numbers are going, email addresses are out, the company names, all the details are out in the public domain. So, I mean, how do we tackle this then?
This is actually a ministry's thing to tackle, but definitely we'll put in, whenever next time we go into ministry, we are aware about it, and even India may be thinking about data privacy laws. Right. You must be aware about it. That is the main and reason. If that comes, then most of our issues will get resolved under this.
Exactly, because what is happening currently is, what I have even faced is that, I mean, booksellers, vendors, all of them are actually sending VPPs at your office, you know, I mean, just to collect it with payments. I mean,
absolutely, and the data is publicly available, and that is why these things are happening. But definitely we'll put a word with the ministry, and with the data privacy, I think if that law comes into the picture, so this might be a starting point for data privacy laws to be implemented. So I will definitely put the word.
Another question is, especially this name availability. When you're trying to incorporate the company or an LLP, and when you're looking out for names, you know, many of the names don't get accepted. They get rejected for whatever reason. There are multiple combinations. Now, what is happening is that they have given some search options, you know, but none of them are actually working well, because multiple companies with the similar names are there, and it does not throw it up whether that particular name is trademarked or it is registered. And then after the filing, you get the message saying resubmit, getting an NOC, and all those kind of sorts of issues come up.
Yeah. So this is a very specific issue. So we can discuss it offline also. But the thing is, this new system which has come in version 3, it is the similar system which they use for analyzing the names. So trademarks, just by the name you get all the trademarks, and one is info and one is error. I am not getting into the details because it is too technical. So if there is mention about info, your name will get approved. Okay. If it is error, you will not be able to file that form.
Okay.
So the new system is similar to what they are using. So it will be beneficial. Yogesh, you wanted to ask anything? No, you can ask, no problem.
So there is one very famous word, query resolved. Every member, whatever query you raise with the MCA, you get a reply, it's resolved. There is no resolution actually. So what we are doing for this unprofessional behavior of the technical team of the MCA?
Yeah, so this problem was there, and MCA has accepted that. See what I told you, the LNT, the technical people were not able to understand what our members are asking. So now there is a team of around not less than 60 people who are there to just translate the queries received from the members. So you will definitely see an improvement in the help desk replies and their solutions. So there was a problem because of that. So non-technical, there were 28 people working in help desk. Now there are 78 people working in help desk plus our 60 members, professionals, who can translate the query into the technical point. So MCA is aware, institute is aware, and the necessary things have been done. So I think we'll have a better solutions for our queries raised.
One more query, sir.
Yep.
Chinese companies matters. Our members are
first MCA, I'll touch upon this.
Okay, sir. In this Chinese companies matters, our members are being purposely targeted. I have seen some matters wherein the police are struggling to appear for this matter before the court because there is no data, there is no proof that there is a default. Still our members are struggling about because of those FIRs, because of those court proceedings. What we are doing, sir, for those members?
Yes. So there are two things. One is
there is no case, sir. If you go into the detail that there is no case, there is no default, there is no issue from the members' part. Still they are facing FIR. They are fearing that someday police will come and will arrest them, even though they are not in default. तो हमारे मेंबर्स की गुडविल दाव पे लगी है, किसी की प्रैक्टिस दाव पे लगी है. आज कम से कम 200 FIR फाइल हो गई है. हम लोगों ने क्या एक्शन लिया? सर मुझे जहाँ तक पता है कि हम लोगों ने तो उनको डिसिप्लिनरी नोटिस भी भेज चुके हैं. मैंने तो कुछ नोटिस देख भी लिए जिसमें केस ही नहीं बनता है, फिर भी हम लोग बिना देखे अगर डिसिप्लिनरी नोटिस भेज रहे हैं सर, तो हम मेंबर्स के साथ में खड़े हैं या जो भी एक रॉन्ग अथॉरिटी बोलो या जो रॉन्ग प्रोसिक्यूशन है उसके साथ में खड़े हैं?
टू थिंग्स. एक तो जब भी ये दो एस्पेक्ट्स है. वन इज द FIR और कंप्लेंट. सो इट इज नॉट ऑलवेज FIR. So there is a difference between
all FIR, so it is confirmed.
If you are ready to listen to me, then just give me 2 minutes. I'll just answer your question. If you have further question, you can ask. No problem with me. Okay. So there are complaints or FIRs. In certain cases, only complaints have been filed, in which the people are replying to police and they are getting that particular thing resolved. Second thing is disciplinary mechanism. So there are rules for how the disciplinary mechanism works. So whenever institute receives a complaint, it forwards it to the respondent. Respondent has to answer. And once he answers, then a prima facie opinion is prepared by the director of discipline, and the disciplinary matter is heard by the disciplinary committee or board of discipline. Let me tell you that we have received so many disciplinary complaints. Till today we have received around 300 complaints, and the stage of final hearing has not yet come for any of the. Let me complete. Your institute will give full opportunity to the member for representing his case. If he has not done due diligence, then he has to face the disciplinary mechanism.
The pressure member face when he receive a disciplinary notice?
Let me answer your question first. If you want answer, then let me speak for a minute. Then I am ready to answer all your questions. We can spill over this open house session. I don't have any issues. We'll request Narsihanji to shorten his session, and we will discuss these problems. I don't have any issues in that. Okay. So disciplinary cases will come into picture.
Sir, actually, members need solutions.
I'm just telling you.
You can have.
Just understand, yaar. Just let me tell you that there are few cases which are blatant. See, there will be two type of cases. One, wherein our members are not guilty, they have done the due diligence, there is no fault. They can tell that, they can represent in the disciplinary committee. We will give the ample opportunity to them. See, we have also been facing a lot of pressure that these cases should be heard, this cases, what is the process? We are receiving a lot of messages and emails that this should be done on priority, but we are following the entire process. We are giving 21 days plus 30 days whenever it is asked by the member that he wants some additional time, we are giving that additional time for representing. If he has done the due diligence, he will not be held guilty. If he has done the due diligence while incorporating a company, or he is not involved and the disciplinary committee feels that there is no involvement, then he will be scot-free by the institute. Institute will never punish a member who is just because of the pressure. So don't have trust on your disciplinary committee.
Sir,
and board of
I
discipline.
know a member who knows he is not guilty, but to prove that he is not guilty, he has to face disciplinary committee, he has to face police, he has to go to the court. So what, as a regional council member or as a central council member, are we standing with that member or are we standing with the government?
We are standing with the fact.
And why we are no issuing disciplinary notices, sir? If first we should assess, na? If it's a bulk complaint, first
there
we
is a
should assess.
process. Unless we give the opportunity, if we assess on our own,
Process should
Yogesh,
be
if
for the benefit of the members, sir, not for to make them struggle, sir.
that is there. Only when Form 1 is received, see there is a process. Once Form 1 is received, we will send it to member. We will not form our opinion. We will ask the reply. If the reply comes satisfactory, we will say that prima facie is not guilty, the matter is closed.
It's a matter of bulk complaint, sir. If it's a single complaint, I am okay. Our members at large are being targeted. That's my point, sir.
Yogesh,
If there is one or two
Yogesh,
members, it's
1
okay.
minute. Yogesh, 1 minute. 1 minute. See, we are not going on fact, we are not going on merit. We are going on the rule book. And you just read the process of inquiry or investigation, whatever disciplinary mechanism rules are there. Rule is very clear. The moment suo motu complaint or complaint by the regulatory authorities or Form I is filed, then we have no option but to send it to the respondent, and respondent has to come with the reply. And disciplinary committee has no interference till that time. Then director discipline will analyze those reply and complain both, and thereafter they will form the prima facie opinion. On the basis of prima facie opinion, if he at his stage only found that member is not guilty, not done anything wrong, proper due diligence has been carried out, member will be absolved by the director discipline. 1 minute. Member will be absolved by the director discipline itself. There is no need to come to disciplinary committee at all. But if it comes to director discipline founds that yes, member is guilty, not carried due diligence, then it will come to the disciplinary committee. In disciplinary committee also, they will have the ample opportunity, as President has told you 2-3 times, that ample opportunity to represent himself or through a lawyer. They will come represent, and if we will convince by the argument put forward by them, then definitely he will be absolved. And it is not a matter that whether regulator has filed the complaint or SFIO has filed the complaint or whosoever has filed the complaint.
Sir, agree, follow the procedure, but my request is do it fast, do it before the court proceeding starts, sir. If we want to stand with the members, do it fast, and let our view clearly to the ministry, to the court also. If our members is not guilty, we are with him.
You must be aware that in one of the cases,
So we should not wait for the court judgment, sir.
I'm just telling you, in one of the cases, Supreme Court has passed one judgment. You can go through it, yeah, and the members can take benefit of that particular judgment also. Alibaba judgment, you might have seen that particular judgment, and that can help our members. Secondly, the process which is by law has to be followed by the institute, and we will definitely follow. And it is not like all our members or all professionals are not guilty. There are few professionals, there are few forms which have been shown. You must be aware, you are a practicing company secretary, that there are few forms which has got blatant mistakes. One it is a public information available. One of the professional, luckily,
ताली
not
दोनों हाथ
our
से
member.
बजती है सर। अगर हमने गलती की है तो अप्रूवल करने
तो
वाले ने भी
गलती
देख
की
के
है या
approve
नहीं
किया
की है,
सर।
ये डॉक्यूमेंट प्रूव
सर,
करेगा.
जिसने अप्रूव किया है
That
उसने भी देख
document
के
will
अप्रूव
decide.
किया सर।
Yes.
इनकॉर्पोरेशन
Next.
फॉर्म्स आर अप्रूव्ड मैन्युअली सर। सो ऐसा
Next.
नहीं है कि हम एक
Yes.
हाथ से ताली बजा रहे हैं, सामने वाला चेक भी कर रहा है सर।
Thank you,
तो
Yogesh.
कहीं पे गवर्नमेंट का भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनता है।
Fine. Yes. Deepti madam, just a minute. Yeah, please. यहाँ पे गणेश.
Good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm Surbi Deshpande. Actually, I had a question related to non-STP forms.
for a company which require corporate action, these get delayed. So there should be some alternative arrangement, maybe manual interface or whatever, with the support of professional like CS and the promoter. They give the undertaking and then it go ahead. Because this technical issue in future will also come, because the amendments will happen, again the upgradation will happen. So there can be permanent solution whenever this kind of transition period is there. Any development or corporate action cannot be stayed because of this kind of thing. That one thing. And the second thing I was suggesting, that it is regarding polling booth and all that, that in Bombay, BKC, I will tell, just give me 1 minute. BKC, Andheri East and Lower Parel, these three are suggested as a booth. And fourth thing, a suggestion where the voter should be allowed to vote at the any booth in that area, because a person is traveling, it's not necessary on that area, he should be allowed to other booth. Physical maybe, but it should be allowed. This is the suggestion.
Okay. In respect of election, let me not get into much of the details, but let me tell you that your institute has been working, and it would be, if everything goes on as planned, we already have one committee, Narsihan ji, Ranjit ji, they were working on this particular task for last 3 years. We have come out with one demo also for e-voting in the polling booths. So polling booths will have laptops instead of those physical papers, and if that comes, any booth voting will be the easiest way to happen. At this point of time, we are in a physical mode, unless it is approved by the ministry, because there are a lot of checking which is going on. We have already submitted our software, demo, everything has been submitted. If ministry gets a clearance from their respective IT department, then we may see that Institute of Company Secretaries of India will be the first institute to go in the world, because there is no regulatory institute which is undergoing a e-voting. So we will be the first one if we do so. If that happens, then most of the problems of any booth voting, delay in any city during the region, delay in results, all these problems will get resolved. And we have done 28 round checking, which has been done in 5 minutes. So, and that has been tallied with the physical ones. So I think we are on the job, but only thing is the clearances from information technology certificates, those are required for any system to run into public, which is having such a big influence on results and all. They are taking some time. So we are on the job, but definitely any booth voting, we are definitely thinking about it if the system permits.
Sir, I have a
Just
query.
a second. Yes.
Sir, we've been struggling for more than a month to file the form CSR2. For more than a month we've been struggling. It's just not allowing us to mention the location of the project. It may seem just like one field, but we've raised innumerable queries with MCA. The standard reply is it's resolved. The standard reply is it's resolved. See, the irony is the actual implementation of the CSR didn't take so much of efforts, as much as our effort
I'll
to
just
actually
request you, all participants, that you have a specific query regarding specific form. Please use the Google form. Version 2 and version 3, 2 Google forms have been created by your institute. Please raise queries. I'll ask the directorates to circulate the Google form to all, so that our team can take care of it. So please raise a Google form query.
Sure.
And let's not discuss those individual forms. Let's discuss, because see, let's discuss the policy matters.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Actually, my first suggestion, your view, and that my first suggestion and question of corporate action.
Yes, I do agree. We have, even when we discussed with this, we had a very high level meeting wherein all 3 president, all 3 vice president, secretaries, all IT people, everyone was present. I have given this particular suggestion that why don't you run 2 systems parallelly, at least version 2 and version 3 parallelly, so that we will have some way out of filing, because there is a non-compliance. This was specifically informed, but it is not possible because the data will be in a big worry, and they are more worried about the correct data, and this has not happened overnight. There are a lot of forms which have been filed, like a simple example. People file certain forms with a clarification letter. That clarification letter will never change the system. So now they are coming out with a thing that your form, your data should match with the system. So we have already discussed this matter, but there is no specific regulation.
Sir,
Sir. Yes.
I'm P.N. Rao from Visakhapatnam. This year, April and May, we have faced a lot of problems in LLP filings. Of course, that is now it's working, but recently we tried to file one LLP 3 form. So there are 22 partners. All
Sir,
the
form
names-
related issues, can we put it on the Google form, because that will help. And we have already discussed so many things. Yes, Natesh. Yeah.
MC after this representation and discussion, whether the portal will start from 1st of July or any specific date we have, as we are
Company
losing
law.
not this V3, because we are losing our clients. Clients are...
See, V3 portal was never down even for
No, for
few
LLP.
minutes. It is working.
but
There are
not
technical
functioning
errors.
proper. So
There are technical errors which they are
technical errors,
solving.
Yeah, solving, but any specific date
No,
after that, the whole system will properly function.
Nobody in this world can tell you that. There will be one problem
so what-
of in
so
one
what-
form
what will-
LLP3, still you will say that the system is not working.
So what answer will give our client? We are losing our client. And
See,
what
you can
what
tell
will-
them that 30th June is something which they have already extended the time
but
period.
sir, extension of timeline and
If you are-
penalty is
let me
not a
finish.
solution.
Let me finish.
Sorry. Yeah.
It is not, see, I am not taking side of ministry and talking to you.
Yeah.
I am from you only.
Yes,
I am having my own office. I have same problem with the LLP website. So I am just telling you that what is happening. See, I am giving you information. Yeah. So 30th June is something which they have given the relaxation. That means they have a thought process that before 30th June everything will get smoothened. Yeah. If it is not getting smoothened, we are again going for the representation for 15. See, they have mentioned, like, on daily basis we are in touch with the ministry. Yeah. As I told you, 30 generic problems we have given, 30 generic problems they have solved. Like somebody just said that, okay, now the system is working. And the data which they have shown, that these many forms are getting filed, and we are seeing that those forms, we have seen the list. So it is not like it is getting filed from some other source. It is like we professionals only filing it.
Yes.
So we might be having our one particular issue because of which, so we cannot say that system is not working at all. There are technical issues which I think within next 10-15 days will be able to resolve.
But in some cases where the form LLP3 is pending and some LLPs are expecting some investment from a person coming.
That corporate action, actually,
sir,
Dipti ji had already informed.
So, but the problem is, government is saying ease of doing business, but someone is coming with investment, but the LLP is not able to get that investment.
Correct.
And that opportunity of investment.
That corporate action related thing
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
discussed. This
So-
is the same thing.
Yeah. So no specific date for a proper functioning of this V3.
It is not about proper functioning. It is reduction of, don't generalize. It is reduction of technical glitches.
Okay.
Once the technical glitches are reduced, the MCA website
And
will,
second-
and lot of things. I have already told you that so many things we have suggested and so many things have changed. And you might have, if you are working on that LLP website, you must be aware about.
Second question
Kaushik ji?
is,
Yes.
second question is, sir, what we are doing for generating more employment and jobs for company secretaries, as the case where the amendment was made in the Rule 8, the capital criteria from 5 crore to 10 crore, and now at that time nearly 10,000 company
Yes,
secretaries lose their
I'll
jobs. So what we are doing for increasing jobs,
Yeah.
employment?
See, we have done the placement portal.
Yeah.
Second thing, we always talk about this 10 crore recognition. This 10 crore was changed after 9 years.
Yes.
You must be aware about it. We also conducted one webinar on the same day when there was an increase in the capital structure. We as company secretary, I think we should not rely on the recognitions, because recognitions are not on the individuals. Recognition is for the profession. So I think we need to develop ourselves. Our value should be created in the company. We should not be appointed in the company just for the sake of recognition. We should be appointed on the basis of our value.
So we have any data, how many companies, those who have that much capital, more than 10 crore, and not appointed any company secretary? So do we have given any representation or any data to MCA to take an action and send notices to the companies, specifically to every ROC, every state, to generate and get opportunities by, because
that data is,
what happened?
that data is available with the ministry, and ministry will take its due course.
We should do it from our
From placement portal. See, from placement portal, we have already done so many placements. You must be aware that we are going global.
Portal thing. I'm saying that we.
No, we are not doing that.
No.
MCA is.
ICW is also doing same thing.
That's okay.
They are getting good jobs.
We know the status of that profession, so we should not comment.
No. That's sister
Nitesh,
profession.
let's not have
We
this
have,
kind of. We will not be able to do it.
Second,
We are not doing
the small
it.
company definition is also amended, and now the capital criteria. And yesterday, Mr. Kejriwal sir also spoke that 2/3 of our PCS members are facing for developing their practice. But the MCA has increased the capital criteria from 2 crore, from 50 to 50 lakhs, and again, so that small city company secretaries, PCS, are losing their business. So what we are doing for that?
Yeah, so we are creating different opportunities for the company secretaries.
But our portal
So
is not
slowly, let me tell you that maybe initially, first year, second year, you might be relying 100% on filing of forms and that kind of assignment. Slowly, as company secretaries or as a practicing company secretary, I think you need to diverse your activities, and the time and the revenue from these activities should be 10 or 20%. This is what something which is the best practice, which we as practicing company secretaries can decide.
This is for small cities, PCS, I am talking.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because initially,
we are doing
initially 2-3 years, the person.
Nitesh, we have understood your point.
Yeah.
I am telling you
Nitesh.
that we need to diversify. We are finding out different opportunities.
Yeah.
We are going to the states like Northeast. Yeah. So we are talking about tier 3 cities. We are talking about tier 3 states, and we are representing there that our members can work in MSME. So we can be MSME consultants. So if these forms, small companies are having problems, we can go into the MSME sector, we can go into startup sector, we can go into academics.
It will
so
take some
you
time.
Definitely it will take some time.
So, but that time, it may
It will take some time.
1 year.
Good things
that
always
PCS
take time, man.
Yeah, it will
Yeah,
take, but
thank you.
that.
Thank you. Kaushik ji?
Good morning and compliment for a wonderful conference. I have two suggestions which is faced by almost all practicing CS. And number one, the shortage of students for articleship. I think most of PCS will agree. And second, for casual reason, students should not leave the practicing CS firm. After 6 months and 8 months starting training, they learn basic and they want to join corporate. This is what is being faced by most of
Yes,
us.
already has been discussed in TFC. So there is no problem. The training structure has now also changed. So you will have a better this thing. I think the next session we have got the regulators and they are present here. So we can move a bit quick.
Yes.
If time permit, we can definitely, I'll definitely come back after the complete program and I'll answer all your questions.
Just one more suggestion, President sir. I'm just regarding secretarial audits awards, which is given by ICSI, but it's given a common that listed, unlisted are that. I want to that keep cabinet divide in two parts. That one is for listed companies secretarial audit award and other unlisted
Awards. It is there.
No, secretarial award is only single.
Secretarial audit.
Yeah.
Secretary. PCS,
PCS.
best secretarial audit.
Best
award.
secretarial audit awards. Because what happens generally is private limited company and listed are the differs.
See, these awards are given to the company secretary, practicing company secretary.
Practicing company secretary.
Corporate governance awards we are
Is given.
differentiating.
Yeah, so I am
This
asking
is
same.
no. So I might not be having any. So I am of the view that equal opportunity should be given to me also to participate in that particular thing. So all PCS are at par. I am doing listed, unlisted, public, private, whatever it is. It depends on how I am presenting my secretarial audit, how process I am following, which process I am following, and whether I am doing the proper due diligence. On that basis, we give this award. So it is not going to be bifurcated into different companies. You can Yes.
Good morning.
Last 2-3 questions. Yes.
Good morning, all the guys.
Yes.
I'm Abhishek Lakhotia from Mumbai. It is with respect to MCA version 3. We have experience with the MCA version 2 also. We have given a time. So it is an advisory and a guidance from you to all the members. Say if some kind of situation is there, either a guidance from you that system may down for a certain period of time. So to save more efforts, people are like putting efforts whole day, whole night, and at the end of the day are, putting allegation what is being done through the MCA. Either we can recommend the ministry kindly give a certain period of say 1 month, it is totally down.
No, 1
so
month.
kindly devote that time to other part.
Not 1 month, not 1 month, whenever they find that the system is not working at all. See, if they are receiving the forms on a regular basis, there might be technical issues, and we have also discussed that we need to analyze what time has been taken for a particular form. So we have specifically discussed this particular issue. So 1 month down and all, it is not going to happen. Let me tell you very clearly. Nitesh, some other people. No, wait, I have given you the opportunity. Yes. Hitesh.
Shankar, next would be this. Specifically, last 5 minutes or 10 minutes speech, if you will remember, then he has given a great opportunity to our profession and to our institute. He specifically mentioned at that time, and he was fed up with some profession and also that I am giving you some opportunity, not only the members, but who are not a members, and you have a number of students, whether you can take these opportunities, I am open with you. And that time members have also applaud and give second the thought of the Prime Minister. In my view, I am just saying, but whether institute has taken that opportunities, whether the institute has given some specific course, some specific mechanism to get that opportunity, because the Prime Minister himself has offered us that I am ready, you have to accept, you have to perform, but nothing has happened in the last 4 years. In my view, today that one institute has come, that's I am not recalling its name, ICAI, whatever means that institute. That is, in my belief, that institute has done nothing which was open for us, that now the ministry think tank is thinking that something else we have to create who can perform these functions. So
See,
whether institute as a council have taken any opportunity doing anything, is whether it may be GST, whether it may be any other means that members can get opportunity, and ministry himself and Prime Minister himself supporting us. So just I want to understand last 4 years.
I think you might have different thought process, and you may be thinking that institute has not done. I cannot help that, but let me tell you, you just go to the MCA, our institute's website, you go to the representation column, you will find all representations which has been given by the institute. Second, what we need to do is build the capacities for our members. We have been running 40 different certificate and crash courses. 40, not 1, 2 or 3. 40 different courses. And I will tell you that almost 9 to 10,000 people have taken benefit of it. So I think out of 68,000, if 10,000 people have already taken benefit of it, your institute is doing very good. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes, Shankar. Just Shankar, let him ask his question.
Many congratulations for such a wonderful program. सर मेरा क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग आरबीआई है कि आरबीआई में जैसे हम जो एफसीटीआरएस या एफसीजीपीआर फाइल करते हैं या एंटिटी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए करते हैं, सेम डॉक्यूमेंट पे कर रहे हैं सर, रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं, एंड सेम डॉक्यूमेंट अगेन एंड अगेन फाइल कर थर्ड टाइम अप्रूव कर देते हैं. एफसीजीपीआर का चेकलिस्ट जो बना हुआ है उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम सारा डॉक्यूमेंट लगा रहे हैं, उसके बाद डिक्लेरेशन मांग रहे हैं, 20 डिक्लेरेशन लगा दिए फिर भी रिजेक्ट कर दे रहे हैं. तो उस पर हम क्या मतलब उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए क्या करें, क्यों बिकॉज क्लाइंट भी परेशान होता है और हमारा भी रिसोर्स सर अननेसेसरी जो है वो मतलब मिसयूज हो रहा है.
It is all about the authorized dealer. The authorized dealer has got its own checklist. So you'll have to liaison with the authorized dealer. That is the only thing which I can say as an institute. That is the maximum thing I can say.
No, sir,
as an institute, I am not able to do anything in this particular.
Sir, my question is that, sir, for entity registration, I think in my knowledge, for entity registration, there is no role of AD. That RBI, for entity registration, there is no role of AD. That...
See, if you go through the manual, see, RBI has come out with the manual.
Yes.
And if we follow the manual, I don't think there is any issue.
That's what
Let me complete. If there are any issues, specific issues, yeah, definitely you write to me at president@icsi.edu. We'll look into it and we'll put the
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Last two questions, last two. Yes, ma'am.
Case is pending in district court without having any intimation.
Yeah.
How can we know the status of the case?
Institute has filed? MCA has filed? ED? AI? No, what kind? So it's a very specific case. Let me know. I am not aware about what you are talking about. Yes. The last question, because the regulator is here. Last question. Manmohan, please.
Then when we told them, sir, this is the penalty, like 20 lakh or 30 lakh is the penalty, then we like, what we can do now, like we do not have that much cash balance in our balance sheet.
Okay, what is your question?
So, what we can do here, I mean, because we don't have the maximum rupees to pay to the government.
For us, it is all about our UDIN. Our UDIN will not get generated backdated. It is very, very clear. We will not be allowing our members to generate backdated UDIN. About other profession, I cannot comment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nitesh, you are done. I have done 22 open house sessions since January 2022. Let me tell you that everywhere where I am visiting, I am.
So one question. नितेश, अरे नितेश एक सिंपल सा एडवाइस है, जहां जहां प्रेसिडेंट जाते हैं ना वहां ओपन हाउस होता है, आप भी चले जाया करो.
I think if you want an authenticate answer, the best person to answer is the president. Unnecessary, if some chairman says something, you will take a different thinking. Okay. Nitesh, it is too much. Enough. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. We will discuss offline. I am really thankful for all of you for asking the questions. And let me tell you that your institute is with the members. Don't worry. Your institute will take all steps to protect the interest of the members. Yes, last one. Not after this. Okay, one senior most member wanted to.
Pramod bhai, आपसे बात कर लेंगे. He's the senior most person.
I will come and talk to you, whatever.
Former central council.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Pramod sir, former council member and chairman of WRC. And so I have been council member for a period of 9 years. Many members have not recognized, so I thought I will tell on my own. So what I am telling you is not a complaint, it's a suggestion. So Charter Secretary General, so 30% of the people are not receiving, sir.
Okay.
Something should be done. Number two, so they write in the Charter Secretary that give articles for the next issue, but they give only 5-6 days only, sir. So that is not. Number two, sir, some of the letters are not replied by HKSI office also. So I would suggest that you keep one desk where all the things could be streamlined and administration could be improved to make it a very professional thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in respect of Chartered Secretary, let me tell you that in 2019 we started working on this. We did the audit. All our Chartered Secretaries are getting printed and dispatched. That we have ensured. Now there is one more agency which is in between, the Postal Department, wherein there might not be getting delivered, because you must be aware that we are registered as a magazine and we have certain concessions from Postal Department. I'm not very sure whether that is the reason, but what institute can do? Print and dispatch. The 100% copies have been print and dispatched. Now what we have done, those members who are really want to have the physical copies, we are sending the physical copies to the chapter offices, and whenever we receive a complaint about non-receipt of chartered secretary, we are asking chapter people to contact and we will deliver a particular hard copy. And I'm really happy when I receive a question on chartered secretary. That means people are reading it and people want it. So we feel that, okay, our efforts are not wasted and people are reading it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your questions and wonderful deliberations. Thank you very much.
कैसे था कल से काम कैसे चल रहा है? एक बार किसी से चार्ज कर लिया था, वहीं पर रहेगा। हैंडबैग होता है ना, लैपटॉप के साथ में रहता है वो। तो कल गुस्सा आया, मैंने पहले बैग रखा, फिर लैपटॉप रख दिया। मैंने कहा बहुत रहेगा तो काम करना पड़ेगा, काम नहीं करना।
Escort the learned speakers to the dais. I request CS B. Narasimhan to please present our Angvastram and planter to Shri Jeevan Sonparote ji. Our next speaker is Shri Avishkar Nayak ji, who is Chartered Accountant and Company Secretary by profession. He has been working in NSE for last 18 years and has headed various departments such as investigation, surveillance, clearing corporation technology, and listing. I request CS Manish Gupta ji please to come on the dais and present Angvastram and planter to Shri Avishkar Nayak ji. Our next speaker is Shri Girish Joshi ji, who is Chartered Accountant as well as Cost Accountant by qualification and heads the trading operation and listing sales of BSC. He is currently also a co-opted member of Western Indian Regional Council of ICSI. I request CS Alad Rao ji to please come on the dais and present Angvastram and planters to Shri Girish Joshi ji. Our next speaker is CS Sachin Mishra, who has a career spanning more than 15 years. He heads legal and company secretarial function of Tata Consulting Engineers Limited and acts as the in-house general counsel. In his role, he is heading a team of subject matter experts in company and industrial laws and contracts. Welcome you, sir. I request CS Nisar Ahmed ji to please come on the dais and welcome the guest with Angvastram and planter. We acknowledge the presence of Shri Amit Pradhan ji, who is Executive Director IBBI, and I now hand over to Shri Narasimhan ji to please proceed with the discussions.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody. The dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Jeevan Sonparote, Chief General Manager, SEBI, and incidentally is handling the CFD department, especially relating to the stock exchanges. So we do an intensive interaction with him quite often. Then we have Mr. Avishkar Nayak from NSE. He is Vice President in Surveillance NSE. Mr. Girish Joshi, Chief Trading Operations Listings SEBI, BSE. And Mr. of course, my good friend Sachin Mishra from Tata Consulting Engineers. Well, friends, the topic was, the main theme for this program was on C as a preferred professional. And the topic for this session is on recognition under SEBI laws and more importantly, the challenges and the expectations. Not only the challenges what the regulators face, but the expectations as well as our challenges also which we face in terms of complying with the various regulations, in terms of complying with the regulations and giving the formal certificate to the regulators. It is maybe a parody of some sort to say that I need to regulate this session with the regulators on board. But then, let me also start away that expectations of the regulators are extremely high. It has to be so, and monitoring compliance becomes a huge challenge for them. We all know that the strength of any profession is in its practicing side, and the more recognition we get, the better it is for all of us. Every regulator is saddled with the responsibility of monitoring every compliance. And to that, whatever they were doing is what is passed down to us. We need to keep that in mind. If you ask me whether the regulators have the wherewithal to do it, no. They are relying on artificial intelligence. They are relying on surveillance, which is what Avishkar is doing, and various filings. Mind you, I'm sure you would have read one news item which came in the newspapers recently, where a specific mention was there made that artificial intelligence, which is used by the casinos, is going to be used by SEBI to monitor insider trading. You know, a gambler cannot consistently win. And if he does consistently win, the casino will have to close down. And therefore, they have certain systems in place to ensure a gambler does not win all the time. But let's not forget, every fraudster, every trickster wants to stay one step ahead of the regulator. So the more you try to regulate them to ensure that it will not happen, but it is not possible. And in fact, Mr. UK Sinha himself has been on record, the past chairman of SEBI, where he said it is impossible to ensure that frauds will not happen in the capital market. In other words, it is an inherent part of the capital market, and wherever there is money, that is part of it, it will definitely happen. When we are given this recognition, this is not a normal, routine, simple knowledge function which we need to do. It requires involvement, it requires passion, and with that, to perform. I'm sure my council's colleague sitting over here will vouchsafe for it. Performance is the key to get the best of out of the profession. I always maintain it, and I continue to say it in every program wherever we have the regulators on board, to say that we are an extended arm of the regulator. Whatever is required to be done by the regulator is what we are doing. And therefore, it is very important for us that we step into their shoes and we execute what is required of us in a manner which they would have otherwise done. Expectations are extremely high. We are accountable for the work assigned, and perfect execution assures greater recognition. It has been seen consistently that whenever a profession performs better than what others have, then greater recognition comes our way. We have to be a perfectionist and to achieve these expectations. Well, I'll give a small quote on this. There are no secrets to success. Don't waste your time looking for them. Success is the result of perfection, hard work, learning from failure, loyalty to those whom you work, and perseverance. And I think perseverance is a very important aspect of any success. And I will narrate a small incident which I had with Mr. Jeevan Sonpade, who was here just last month. I will narrate that incident as well. Perfection is an art, and therefore we need to perfect it. The more perfection we achieve, the more dependable we will become, and in the process, greater recognition will come our way. Recognitions have been achieved due to constant efforts put in by all our predecessors as well. I think it's, fortunately, this is my 12th year in the council, and maybe 4 years more to go. But then I can tell you with certainty that every time we have been in the council, we have always tried to get the regulators on board in getting recognition for us. It's a constant, tireless, continuous and incessant efforts, and achievement has come over a period of time. It's not done overnight. In order to succeed, as Albert Einstein said, your desire for success should be far greater than your fear of failure, and that's how when you will succeed. Let me also narrate one recognition which we received from SEBI, which I would like to narrate because we have on board with us Mr. Jeevan Sonparte, and he was instrumental in getting it. And incidentally, that one decision has saved this listed corporate entities over 2,000 crores. You all know that because of COVID, exemption was granted both by initially by the MCA and later on by SEBI, where certain exemptions were given. Now, it was difficult to reach out to the shareholders, and therefore one such recognition was basically the mailing of the balance sheet itself. Although there is provision that once an email is there, you will do it, that's what we have all been doing, but there is also a requirement where email is not there, physical balance sheet has to be mailed. And that was not possible because of COVID. So MCA gave extension till 31st December 2021, when similar exemption was also granted by SEBI up to 31st December 2021. Later on, in order to meet the requirements of some of the companies which have a year ending up to 31st December 2021, MCA extended such extension up to 30th June 2022. We had also made an application with the regulator seeking his indulgence to grant similar exemption up to 30th June 2022. And in the meanwhile, the institute also made a formal request with the MCA, asking them that kindly extend this requirement up to 31st December 22 because of various reasons which was narrated by us. So I got in touch with, and he had taken charge, so I got in touch with him and made a fervent appeal. I'm sure you will recall the discussions we had on the 12th of May 2022 in his office, where we had my good friend Makarand was also there for the discussion with him, and we raised this issue that, sir, you need to give exemption because it's going to be a very difficult task for all the companies to do it. And of course, he said that there's a provision under the LODR where you need not send a full balance sheet, an abridged balance sheet. Somehow we were able to make an appeal, and then we had discussed this with some of the corporate company secretaries, and they gave me some reasoning, and I also put it across to him. On the 13th of May 2022, we had a program in Indore where all the 17 chapters of WRC came together, and we had one of the biggest programs in recent times, combined effort of all the chapters together on the 13th of May. I was in touch with Mr. Jeevan on the morning, and I impressed upon him it needs to be done. He said, okay, let me have a look at it. The first confirmation came to me on the 13th of May 2022. He says, yes, let me have a look at it. Let me have a relook at it. And on 13th evening 2022, the formal communication was sent by Mr. Jeevan. And I'll tell you, amazing was, I received this communication on WhatsApp from Jeevan directly to me, which gave the exemption extending up to 31st December 2022. And incidentally, this one decision of both the regulators put together would have saved the country, the forest, obviously, the printing of paper, etc., but saved the companies at least more than 2,000 crores. And I think for this one decision, I think he deserves a standing ovation from all of us seated over here. This was incredible, sir. We profusely thank you for it, although I've already formally made a request for the coming years as well. I don't want to do it. But that is going to be a tough ask, considering the fact that, the SEBI is for the investors, and some of this decision of his, he feels may not be an investor-friendly decision. Anyway, then I would like to touch upon one other aspect of the recognition which came our way. Makaran Joshi was here, on the 18th of May 2018, we had the National PCS Conference in Mumbai. I was there, and the chief guest for the day was none other than Mr. Ajay Tyagi, former chairman of SEBI. And he literally blew us apart. He says, we have given recognitions, but you don't perform. So our performance was questioned. And on that day, specifically, because prior to that, that recognition was basically relating to secretarial audit. He said that secretarial audit has been recognized by for the PCS to do, and he said that we have received complaints from NSC, BSc, that several requirements of the secretarial audit which needs to be checked by the PCS was not done. And obviously NSC and BSc got together and we held several programs to sensitize our members about it. But please understand, secretarial audit was not recognized under the SEBI Act. It was semi-formal recognition came on the 19th of February 2019 by amendment of Regulation 24A of the LODR, where it said that for all listed companies as well as material subsidiaries, you have to comply with the provisions of the requirement of secretarial audit. And they said that, one more thing, that the format we don't want to change. Let it be in the format of the, say, MR3. But in that circular, one more form was given. They said annual secretarial compliance report. And if you look at the annual secretarial compliance report in terms of what is required to be reported, it is there in the MR3 as well. But the reason why they gave it separately was monitoring became a difficult position for both the stock exchanges in terms of identifying whether the compliance has been met by all the listed companies or not. And therefore, they had difficulties. In fact, they are not able to monitor. In fact, when we went to SEBI for seeking some recognition, they said, we have asked the stock exchanges to do it. But now with the circular which was issued on 19th February 2019, a small attachment was given relating to annual secretarial compliance report. And it was also mandated for the companies to file the annual secretarial compliance report through XBRL format. That is a talking format. So when you file it, you get to know what has been done, what has not been done. And incidentally, the most alarming part of it, there are several cases where despite this annual secretarial compliance report which has been filed with the stock exchanges, they have come to know that there has been at least more than 90 odd cases where the PCS has not even reported on the frauds, on the penalties which has been imposed by the stock exchanges. So the penalty has been imposed by the stock exchange. It need not appear in MR3, but it has to appear in annual secretarial compliance report because there is a specific clause asking the PCS to report about it, which was not done. So this set the alarming bells, and I need to put it across. Then his predecessor, holding fort for the CFD LODR, Mr. Saravanan, he constituted a small group where my chairman is there. Mr. Makran Joshi was the chairman of the group, and I was designated to be the vice chairman of the group, and we had about 12 odd company secretaries. We also took on board NSC as well as BSc, and there was they gave a mandate to do this. I would like to read out what it was. It said that recommend additional qualitative areas to be independently reported in the secretarial compliance report by the practicing company secretary with a view to strengthen corporate governance practices, number one. Number two, to recommend practices, processes, standards which can be stipulated under LODR for ensuring better corporate governance by listed entities, and then recommend any other matter. Now this was the mandate which was given, and we had about 9 sittings, if I remember right, 9 sittings in preparing a whole lot of a big document in terms of a report which we have handed over to SEBI. Now after he has taken over, he's finding time to go through it, but I've requested him, and I tell you, one of the huge recognition which we are getting over there is, we said that this report says that the statute, whatever recognition which is there for the statute, whatever is required by the statute auditor, the secretarial auditor should also be elevated to that position. In other words, you will have your appointment done by the shareholders, your remuneration fixed by the shareholders, your removal will be done by the shareholders. And more importantly, we also said we should have access to the board members to share the audit process and our audit observations. Now, this is something which came our way, which we discussed, and this is incidentally not only with the SEBI. This recommendation is also, sir, with the MCA, and we are trying to get that in motion, and that I'm sure MCA would be looking at it, and we expect that MCA would also definitely consider this. Now, this would be a huge boost for the practicing side of the profession, let me tell you that. Having said that, we have assigned 10 minutes for each one of the panelists over here. As I told you, I cannot say the same 10 minutes for the regulator in chief. So I will allow him to regulate himself in deciding how long does he want to speak. But for others, I would make a humble request that if we can stick to about 10 minutes in terms of giving their observation. I have a set of questions which has been made available by the Secretariat to me, and I will post some questions from that list as well. And apart from that, most certainly, I'll take whatever questions you have, which you would like to ask the regulator. And with that, I hand over I will first invite Mr. Jeevan Sonparty. Let me give the last quote on this. Ability is what you are capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do, and attitude determines how well you do it. Thank you very much.
Morning to you all. Fine Sunday morning. I don't know how many of you had a nice round and walk in the morning in this nice locale. So I'm sure you're going to find this enclosure very boring, but we'll try to keep it as short and your suffering shorter than what we have already planned. So Mr. Narasimhan has already given me 10 minutes. As a regulator, I would prefer to be within the 10-minute slot. So first of all, I would like to thank the ICSI to have conducted this institute and given an opportunity for SEBI to air its views and what it thinks about the CS as a profession. So first of all, thanks for that. Second, for SEBI to having nominated me to speak at this particular event. Indeed, it's an event of, I believe we had a very heated session in the open house. So they were requesting me to come up front. I said, I want to see the heat, how it is from as a backbencher, enjoying my school days as a backbencher. So I enjoyed that session where most of the members were asking queries. So that was a fun bit we had in the morning. Now coming back to the basics of what SEBI thinks as a regulator. So if you see the regulator has a mandate. Under the SEBI Act, our preamble determines what we are required to do, what we are supposed to do. And that is to protect and regulate and develop the securities market. So having seen that mandate and having seen the mission of ICSI, again I'm reading this, to develop qualified professionals with high caliber to ensure good corporate governance. So I don't believe that we are of the same school of thought. The proposition is that both of us have the same school of thought. We have come from the same school. We want good corporate governance. So if you see the corporate governance history that SEBI has implemented in the listed company sphere, has always been that we have done this through the listing agreement, even before the Companies Act could enshrine this in the 2013 Act. So the listing agreement encompassed its corporate governance principles. The structure was laid in place. Over a period of time that was consumed and absorbed in the Companies Act. So you will find that as a SEBI, we are slightly ahead of the Companies Act. And there are one or two reasons why we are saying it is so. So while Companies Act provides you the basic structure, it's the base minimum you are required to do. So when you come to the listed sphere, where you are in charge of the mandate of the public investors, retail investors, small investors, minority shareholders, we would want that you rise above the bar, something more than a basic minimum. So that's why we are required to be more nimble, we are required to be more forward thinking to ensure that you implement the best practices across all the listed companies. There are one or two, so there will always be questions about jurisdictions and overlap. So what we say for companies or what MCA has said for companies, we would definitely have said more. There will be questions asked whether we are doing too much, and obviously there are some questions we'll have to answer whether we are doing too less. But I believe that you as a profession are looking up to SEBI and saying, why are you doing too much? So that's a question that we would attempt to answer over a period of time. And let me give a small interaction. Almost 6 months ago, some companies and their CS company secretaries had come and met us. So given that we have been rehauling or revising most of the provisions of the LODR over a period of time, they said that there should be a moratorium of at least 6 months where no changes are taking place so that people are able to catch up with the changes so we can start afresh. So I think this 6 months lull you can take as a 6 months moratorium is over. Let us see whether from June onwards we should have some new change. And thanks to Mr. Makaran Joshi and Mr. Narasimhan, they have presented that report. That report has wide-ranging changes that are required in the LODR. So shortly we will see some progress. Probably in June and July we should do it. But mind you, it imposes more responsibility on the company secretary. As SEBI as a regulator, as Mr. Narasimhan rightly said, we cannot reach each and every listed company. So we are expecting that company secretaries at these places we would want them to be as our extended arms. So the responsibility when we ask, our only point of contact when we ask for information from a company is the company secretary. Just imagine if somebody from SEBI is asking, he only asks the company secretary. He doesn't dial the MD, he doesn't dial any of the persons on the board. You are our direct contact. So that's the kind of reliability, that's the kind of expectation that SEBI has, that if somebody is calling from the CS, the entity or the company is expected to provide the information. So that's the responsibility and the liability we fix on the company secretary. As far as expectations of SEBI is concerned, as is already evident from various rules and regulations and circulars that we have issued over a period of time, expectations will continue to increase. So it will always be that we would want more than what you have already done. So you can never satisfy a regulator as far as your compliance is concerned. We will try to find something that we need to do better. So we are always in the process of bettering ourselves, bettering our corporate governance standards. So that is what we will try to do. So one of the questions we would be answering is, are we doing too much? The question is, unless everybody is on board, we will continue to strive to see that we do better job at whatever we are doing today. As far as Mr. Narasimhan mentioned about aligning the roles, so what we are trying to see is across all the regulations of SEBI, we are trying to align the roles of various professionals, be it a CA, be it a cost accountant, or be it a CS. So some of the regulations we have recently reviewed are employee share-based, employee benefit and sweat equity regulations, delisting regulations, the ICDR regulations. So some of these regulations we have reviewed, and where we found that one particular profession is better able to do the job. His capabilities are better aligned to the job that he is supposed to do. So we are trying to ensure that only he is able to provide the certificate. So we have done this review for delisting, ICDR and SBB, where we have replaced any other professional agency with only for a CS. So that's a CS certificate is required. Now, I just spend a minute on what is the way ahead. So as you all know, we are all into the information technology age, and we are required to do a lot of things through machine learning and AI. Our SEBI slowly is catching up to this trend, and probably we are looking at various RegTech tools to ensure that even your compliance report comes in some automated fashion. Most of the disclosures now on shareholding and others we already tried to do on an automated basis, so there's no manual intervention required. So slowly the other compliances that you are required to do will also be slowly transformed into a automated kind of system. What we and I mean to say the SEBI and stock exchanges are also working on is how to even go beyond compliance and see and verify whether there's any any place where we can validate or verify the compliances that you are set in. So we are able to get early warning signs from your compliances. So this is another next step that we are going to see. So by this compliance and use of RegTech tools, we want to make life easier for you as a company secretary, for the companies, because their efficient systems will also be there, and as far as SEBI is concerned, a better monitoring and a surveillance role for SEBI as well. So I will leave some of the issues to be addressed even by the stock exchanges. So with these words, I would like to again thank the ICSI for giving this opportunity to SEBI to present its views and also present the way ahead for this particular profession. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thanks a lot. It was a wonderful exposition. Let me also have now on board Mr. Avishkar. Yours, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks ICSI to give me this wonderful opportunity and to be part of this wonderful initiative, which is in its 23rd edition. As India aspires to play an important role in world economy, will be tested on multiple facets. One is the investors, second is the governance, and third is accountability. If we look at how the securities market is working, SEBI as a regulator has always been at the forefront of ensuring good corporate governance. Strengthening corporate governance, streamlining existing provisions, and bringing harmonization between various laws and all. The number of PMAC meetings and hours spent in the subgroups and all is the testament of all this. As CS, we have played a very important role along with the regulator, and that's why if we see, we have traveled a very long way since clause 49, where we were first given the recognitions and all to give on that secretarial audit reports and all that way. So over the years, the recognitions will have increased and will keep increasing. It is not the end, it's just the beginning. So what we generally do in our securities market is, if we look at the way we do compliance monitoring, it is first at the board level, then second it is the independent professionals who do the monitoring, third is the exchanges, and fourth is the regulator. With the ever-demanding role of our ask from the investors and the ever-pressurized boards and all, our role as company secretaries or professionals becomes very imperative, as we have to give that assurance that there are no non-compliances and all that way. At this juncture, I'm just taking one particular example so that I can drive certain points and all. Say when we talk about recognition, as company secretaries, we got one recognition on the preferential issues side, wherein our certificate is accepted for issue of preferentials and all that way. Now, many of our colleagues would have entered into this field, but when we look at few cases, we find that certifications are being issued without even looking at the compliance, whether it is MPS compliant or SOP compliance, or even checking in the lock-in period, or even checking whether the payments have come in from a proper bank accounts and all that way. Reason for raising it is basically to show that we have to be more diligent in our certification and all, because say the regulator or the exchanges are more or less trying to give this particular ask to professionals and relying more on them. This week when President, then Narasimhan sir and Ashish ji came to NSC to meet Vikram and all, we discussed on how the second and third level of regulators, that is the professionals and exchanges, can come together and bridge this expectation gap. During the course of this interactions and all, we have discussed certain points and will definitely take it forward. I would now like to take two important areas which are close and near to me also that way. So that is, one is technology and second is social angle. Our day in, day out is in securities market. In securities market, if we see, everyone comes to earn an alpha. Alpha is nothing but you earning something over and above the benchmark indices and all that way. And history has always shown us that you cannot earn an alpha if you are in a herd. Herd is basically where people feel that the information which is available in a group is more reliable than one which has been achieved through professionally and which is good in quality. When I stand here and look at the past, in the sense 15 years ago when I started my CA articleship and all that way, I initially joined a traditional firm and my first task was to file income tax returns. Now 15 years down the line when I look, there are so many apps, so many websites like ClearTax and all, that there are hardly any people who are actually going to a chartered accountant as individuals to file the income tax returns and all that way. So taking this ClearTax as an example only, it was a fintech which started somewhere in 2011, has revenues currently of more than some 50 crores and 10% market share and all that way. So how many traditional firms which were there can boost off such a large revenue and all in a decade's time? So clearly there is a scope. What has happened? So what change has happened is people who have been able to marry their knowledge along with technology have started gaining that alpha. And we as professionals should not be ignoring this important aspect. Another part which I will say, sir also took that particular point. We keep on hearing words such as blockchain, AI, ML, etc. Now it has become a reality. So NSDL last month has released a blockchain or a digital ledger for bonds. Now what that particular does is it monitors on a real-time basis the convents and all that way. Even Trades has gone to that particular technology. With this ever increasing in the sense with the way the technology is moving, regulators also worldwide will have certain apprehensions because technology in some sense is a black box to many of the regulators. So at some point of time, they will be going, if they find it, there are certain issues in it, they will go in for certification or assurance from professionals. So we as professionals cannot be then found to be having only superficial knowledge. We should identify that these are the future areas and start gaining our knowledge on that particular part. And the last and important aspect is the ESG. We have been hearing a whole lot of things on ESG, BRSR, and then social stock exchange and all that way. BRSR is now a reality. So this Friday we released a BRSR guide for around 38 industries, each guide running into 150 pages and all that way. So HDFCs and Tatas of the world have been following ESG for a very longest time and all that way. Now they will have to put all their data in rows and columns and all that way. In the initial areas, there will be challenges which these companies will be facing. And after the initial challenges are completed, then there will be second challenge there will be some bad apples who will be trying to use this BRSR reports and all to artificially show something which is not, or areas which they are not working on and all that way. So there also as professionals we have a very important role. We have to identify it today and start working, and then we will be leaders in that particular area. To just give an example on how difficult it is. The other day we were talking to SBI as a listed entity. It has some 15,000 branches spread across India, remote places like Leh and all. In BRSR there is one column which says about electricity consumption or water consumption and all. So the challenge, the basic challenge for him is on how to gather that data on use of potable water or electricity consumption. So from a basic, there are certain, I took the name because it's one of the largest listed entity, and if that is facing such challenges, the challenge you will understand it will be percolating to the top 1,000 also. So we as professionals have to rise to this challenge and partner on these important initiatives. I will conclude by just saying that learning and learning in depth and the use of technology will differentiate us. Conference such as this helps us gauge the weather or the way the winds are blowing in the regulatory framework. And it is upon us to take it forward. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Avishkar, possibly one more aspect is, NSEs have developed a new concept of prime. That is, where the companies are better governed than the required governance as specified in LODR as well as the Companies Act. Now, that's a niche area, and it's not easy for all the companies to get into that segment. And they are encouraging more people to get into that segment so that the governance is taken to the highest level as far as the concept lies, as far as India is concerned. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Mr. Girish Joshi, my good friend. Our acquaintance dates back to the years 90s when he was working for ICICI Bank, and we were one of the vendors for the bank.
Good morning, everybody. I think people are still waiting outside. They want to still do better networking. And I think they get more opportunity rather than learning from the regulator. But regulator also can give good business tips. I think some of the tips Jivan sir also shared, Avishkar also shared. And I think what Narasimhan said, I have leaked the paper. So he has leaked the paper. Questions have been circulated, but they are beneficial to you. And I think very nice questions framed by the Secretariat, and some of the, I went through the program itinerary also. I'm sure some of those aspects would have been touched by Mr. Puri, because he's a known lawyer and practicing CS also earlier. And even Nitin would also have covered when he's also now merchant banker, how he has rose from the practicing CS. So those fields he would have touched. So those aspects may be repeated, but still I think we would also share, because we do interact with CS, we do interact with the merchant banker, and we do interact with the lawyer. And we do interact with the higher category merchant banker. So we know how the perspective, what the practicing CS come from point of view, how he has been guided, how he has been influenced by the lawyer, because big lawyers sometimes avail the services of practicing CS. So no, naturally it's aspiration for us to go to that level. So what are the aspects you can learn, or how you can leverage? And those are the questions which Narasimhan sir shared with me. So I'm going to take some of those questions and share my views, and also how how the BS is also learned, because we have more than 5,000 listed company, around 3,000 are also active. So we get all kind of people. We get top people like all Tatas, Birlas, HDFCs, and we get other kind of people also. So financial engineering, what Mr. Jivan sir also said, and even what Narasimhan also said in the beginning. When there is a capital market, frauds are going to happen. And this financial engineering you learn from this bottom 100 or bottom 200 companies. And naturally, once they get scot-free, then aspiration comes at the top level also, like hum log bhi thoda chance maar lete, but that is not going to happen, because regulators are watching. They are also going to deploy the intelligence. Now the question first, I think, was posed to me that certifications by independent professional like CS, and about the working, what the precautions and what we suggest by undertaking certifications. So process and precautions, our institute has come out with a lot of guidance note, SOP, what we call it as a stock exchange and SEBI parlance, so that you naturally follow. But at times you are in a hurry, you have to, people do the leverage, multiple turnovers. So I want to give compliance of 5-6 companies at one point of time, and you are following the same deadline. So it's likely to you skip one or two minor aspects and you go take chance. So that is not possible. So process and procedures, you should not compromise. I am sure that will be the SOP in your firm also, and you or your people at down level must be following. But only thing you have to showcase, if you make small mistakes and what the client is going to face, he may directly, his preferential issue application may get rejected because some silly mistake you make, like not disclosing who are the beneficial owner when you make the notice in or EGM, or you have not calculated weighted average price properly. Calculation is done haywire, and SEBI stock exchange says as per formula you have to give more, sell out more money than entire transaction. So when you do any activity, you see what is the commercial importance of this transaction. Don't say this is a fun assignment I have been given by the CA or company secretary of the firm. I'll do the certification, I'll earn my fee. That is not the case. It's a big transaction. Crores of rupees are at stake. One small mistake, entire transaction will go haywire, and companies run into because if it's preferential issue, investor has committed certain amount, and your calculation is done wrong, then transaction will fall bad. So it is very important that process and procedure you follow. Now, concepts and requirement of law. This is basic, means there is my observation. At times, we become more process and procedure oriented. This point also we debated long when I was in SSB, Secretary Standard Board, and we have literally two teams. No, process is more important, process is more important. But at the same time, other teams said, no, we have to go above that. Mr. Rao is also here. So that side we have increased the benchmark or SSB because why you are becoming so strict, but that was debated. So why the law has come? What is the genesis of this law? If you try to get that economic aspects and commercial aspects why this law has come, then it helps you to give better service to your client. That is another thing I want to bring to your notice. And again, don't fall into trap. It is normal and routine. Sometimes some small circular clarification would have come either from Stock Exchange or SEBI, and someone would have skipped. So don't assume that. So that is another aspect. Second question was very important, and it has been always discussed. It was then one of the open house session also, and as automation is there, artificial intelligence is there. So like example of income tax return, nowadays everything is automated. So what the validation can be given by chartered accountant when everyone can file the return online. Same thing going to happen for some of the forms which you are filing, and even compliance filing is done. It will be automated highly. Companies may not require the services of CS or you, the remuneration may not be there. So question is formed. On that basis, profession is receiving great focus through various new recognition, deepening areas of practice for company secretaries, how to leverage the opportunities in the best possible way. So leverage, of course, you have to see what the environment, again, everyone has to be because you are a student of commerce, so you should know the economics, how the law is, how the economy is changing, what is the new requirement, under new requirement, what are the new opportunities. So you should be ahead of the curve and you should sense that. One simple example is cyber security. See, SEBI has mandated audit for brokers. Brokers are still below the corporate. Means corporates are quite high above, and brokers are still below when you look at the hierarchy. When SEBI has mandated cyber security for a broker, so naturally it is very important for the companies, whether listed or unlisted. So what are the areas in which cyber security you can give service to your client? So that's the way you have to see. Now data protection. This is data protection law. Privacy law is going to come soon. And there also, you also aware of the client. So there also you can see these are the new laws. These are the areas we can venture into. So that is the main thing. Valuation, of course, is a big thing. Already revenue opportunity has been thrown on the valuation. And Nitin has, I think, discussed in great length yesterday. He was sharing with me in the morning also and yesterday also. And these are blank examples. ESG, what Avishkar also said. So on ESG, G aspects, so as Mr. Narasimhan already said that we are the first level regulator practicing CS or CS because we have many CS from the corporate side also, means servicing. So you are the first level regulator. So and governance standard, means our governance standards, thanks to SEBI, means it's almost in the top 3 countries in the world. We are far ahead compared to the many countries as far as corporate governance requirement is prescribed by SEBI. And even SEBI already said that we are ahead, means they prescribe more stricter regulation compared to the Companies Act. But E and S, so company secretaries, when you are going to help the company or you are going to file the BRSR return on behalf of the company, or it may be done by the existing company secretary who is on the roll, or some companies may outsource, they know, no, I need help of some practicing CS. But it may not go to practicing CS. For E and S, there are many practicing professionals. There are MBAs, there are IITs, there are IIMs, because it's a separate ball game. It's a more technical knowledge, but still, at least you know the various laws, you know the areas, or at least you are also engaged with the companies because you are also signing the secretarial audit report. So you are also aware of which are the environment and social aspects where company or your client is weak or company has to strengthen the areas. So you can naturally step into that area and increase the source for revenue. Another is debt capital market. Nowadays, DCM is a buzzword. Means traditional is equity, but people are raising a lot of money through debt also. And the LODR scope has been increased to debt listed companies also. A lot of new things have been prescribed, and many of the companies are not aware of that. To be very frank, initially the stock exchange would be lenient, directly, indirectly with taking guidance from the SEBI, but will be very stricter for debt also. And there also you can advance or you can already go through the regulation. If your company, you know the balance sheet of the company is likely to raise the debt capital, you can also go into that advisory. And arbitration. I think arbitration is a big area. There also lawyers score quite ahead compared to the but you also have area, means many, past president are also on the arbitration panel of both stock exchanges. So arbitration is a good area. And international arbitration, there's a big opportunity in international arbitration. There's also, you can naturally look at it. Now when I looked at talked upon the areas, so naturally the question Mr. Narasimhan has phrased, what are the things they should take care of, particularly younger people, when you diversify into such new areas of practice. So again, it would be repeated. When you go into new areas of practice, it is not so easy because it is traditionally dominated by other profession, but you have to prove yourself. So other than the pricing, you cannot win. So I'm not saying you undercut, but what are the things you give to the client? That is very important. It's not like a process and procedure, what even Avishkar has indirectly referred to alpha. I would use the word annuity. So your annuity income is going to reduce. So you have to increase through different way. So annuity income, currently it is there, it may reduce. The inflation is going to affect everyone. And your annuity income is going to be affected by technology. Technology is cutting the cost and the client is not going to pay. So whenever you go into new areas, you have to use how you use the technology. That is very important. So because of technology, you will be able to give the solution at a lower cost and you may not require so many people. So that is very important, and younger people, they adopt technology very fast. Another important area, when you go into new areas, you have to look at the composition of the companies, particularly promoters. What is the relation of the promoter with the CEO and top management? Because that you get practical sense, because you are engaging both with the management and company secretary and CFO in 1 or 2 sessions. So how it is going to evolve, whether this same family going to remain or there will be partition or some arrangement or there is scheme of arrangement going to happen. If you get that sense, to try to venture into that things immediately. So when you take new areas, also consider what is the composition of the group, family, whether they are going to go into new areas or not. Third, which is very important, and that is our complaint of both exchange and SEBI, our consultation paper is not read by a lot of people. Once the notifications come, the regulations come, then you people come with the dharna, sir, ye kya ho gaya, wo kya ho gaya, humko malum nahi hai, fir 6 mahine ka moratorium do. This is not acceptable because consultation paper is issued. At that time when we do consultation, we cannot consult 1,000 practicing CS. We do touch with the companies, practicing CS, lawyers, merchant bankers. But thereafter, consultation paper issue, you issue, and all, I'm on behalf of SEBI, I'm taking liberty. All suggestions are being read, they are discussed, debated. They also discuss informally with the stock exchange, what is this, whether we can go ahead. Then regulations are being formed. So consultation paper of all regulator. I'm not saying only SEBI, RBI, any other. Please read those consultation paper because that is the future policy. This is a future area for you to make our revenue, new areas of practices like IBC. IBC is a lottery, I would say. IBC is something efficiency or inefficiency of whichever is the government, but it has created a lot of opportunities for the profession. And IBC is a new area where, of course, there are all people are practicing as a resolution professional, but it's a good opportunity. Same way, something may come up, because you look at the consultation paper which are coming from the, even ministry also issued consultation paper. So read at those papers, give your suggestion, if required, even institute can, at your chapter level or at study circle, you take those consultation paper, will be very useful. It gives lot of ideas, and something which are new people, they will also get, oh, these are the areas I can practice, or these are areas my client is engaged, something like I would say in agro. Now agri-business, lot of things going to happen, and lot of opportunities will come, because the government is going to bring lot of reform on the agri sector, because there is a lot of employment opportunities. So again, I think question number 7 was almost repeated, so this has been said, but try to keep updated yourself about, you read the exchange circular, all circular. People feel this circular is only for the corporate, I will only read circular to listed company, forget about other circular. But other circular are also important. Read circular for brokers also, because many things are prescribed to the brokers. Many circulars are relating to pledge of securities, collateral of securities, and it may directly, indirectly affecting your areas also, and it gives opportunity. Now, I think concluding that way, because my, I think talk was more global level rather than coming to a specific point. But nevertheless, as far as laws, when economy is going to change, laws are going to come, and whether it is, whether, what Jeevan sir said, it will be more stressful, cannot be stressful, but it has to be there, because we are here to protect the investors, we are here to protect the capital market, and if the faith is there, then everyone is there. If faith is eroded, then very difficult. So you have to tell clients there is no choice, you have to raise the bar, because sometimes complacency comes, same practice, abhi itna file karo, jane do, particularly the way EGM notices are being circulated, how the minutes are being made. No, it is possible down the line, both the regulator and stock exchange may go into those areas also, whether minutes are being framed properly, all those things are there, nothing done hanky-panky. So practicing CS should not get under impression, boss, it's only the CAs are already being, it is there, everyone who is linked to the capital market, all those professions have to be on the guard, because scope of investigation would go further. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Girish Bhai. Thanks for that wonderful exposition. Now I request upon our own member, Mr. Sachin Mishra, to give his views on this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Narasimhan-ji, and good morning to everyone. What a coincidence, or what a luck, I would say. A person from corporate faculty and surrounded by regulator in the stock exchange. So you can understand my situation. And I didn't drink any glass of water, that's why, otherwise. So thank you very much, Narasimhan-ji. And last 2 days session, and in the today morning when we heard for the open house session, yesterday I had a PTA session of my son's school. And Jeevan ji is laughing. Yeah, so I can correlate the heat what the profession has. देखिए बॉस, भगवान सबके लिए है, लेकिन there is a role of पंडित. So consider this institute as a पंडित. भगवान से बात मनवानी है तो इंस्टीट्यूट के पास आना है. So पंडित को आपको देना, आप कुछ, you have to give a right message. So this pandit, or whether Maulvi, or whether father, whatever you say, is here to listen to you. This Maulvi, this father, this pandit is not a god. He is also human like us. So today morning when we are here, and myself and Nasir Saab was there, and we analyzed that more than 80% suggestions, they are personal in nature rather than policy making decision or policy making suggestion. So as a practicing company secretary, or as a professional rather, I would say, थोड़ा सा बार ऊपर उठाना पड़ेगा. When we come to such forum, we should come up leaving our personal baggages aside and try how to augment this profession. अगर यहाँ पे light खराब होगी, nobody will go and say that Sachin को बुलाओ, they will say electrician को बुलाओ. we have to come to a situation where there is a problem in a company law, in a corporate, or in the regulator side. It is not we who should say that, okay, you call ICSI. They should say, bhaiya company secretary ko bulao. And it is upon us. So that is my personal belief. It is nothing to do with anybody else. So with that note, I would start, Jeevan sir. And I was given some throwback questions by the institute on the point that what is the current situation of economics and what do you see whether company secretary can earn as a professionals, what they can earn in this current situation. Last 2 years was a real black swan event, everybody knows that. And COVID and post-COVID situation, whether it was an economic situation in a global market or even in the investment market rather, we have seen with a pinch of salt what is happening. The global GDP, which was estimated to be 4.4%, has been reduced to 3%, below 3.6%. Inflation data, whether it is India, whether it is Europe, or whether it is US, it is all coming out. It is not a, what should I say, unknown fact. We all know that where the inflation is leading. I was reading yesterday one article and it says that in last 22 months, the Fed has printed $20 trillion in last 22 months. Before 22 months, the printing was around $4 trillion. So they are punking lot of money, but at the same time, inflation is going up. What could be the reason? Reason could be your COVID, reason could be your Ukraine war. But I see, it's my belief, we are seeing a new world order. And that new world order is very clear after the pandemic. The economic powers of Europe and US is one side, and then power of Russia, China is another side. And we as a India, we are historically, our foreign policy is also like that. We didn't take anybody's side. And that's a neutral policy which has earned the result. But at the same time, we also saw in last month, the way the FII are pulling their money from the market. But at the same time, in India still the saving rate is not very enthusiastic. 30% is the saving rate in India in the GDP term, if I say. And with that 30%, if still, I really salute our regulator, our market, they are maintaining the market at above 50,000 mark. It's still an achievement, it is my belief. Because the way FII is taking away the money and the way the mutual fund and the other institution investors are pumping the money in the market to make the confidence there in the market, it shows that it is not a gamble market. It is a regulated market, well scientifically proven market. So yes, current scenario, the global unrest in terms of your inflation, in terms of COVID, in terms of the Russia-Ukraine war, it is there. But at the same time, we as a profession, if we see, and the more and more regulation changes which are coming on the day-to-day basis, and I'm very thankful that 6-month moratorium Narasimhan sir is able to get. So at least for 6 months, I will not buy the books. I will just see the website. In fact, I have stopped buying the books now. So as a profession, if I see during in all this situation, what we are going to gain out of it. And let me assure you, friends, that we as a company secretary from 1980, a company secretary under the Companies Act, and out of 127 recognition in different act which we have come long ago. And जितना हम लोग powerful बनेंगे उतनी expectation बढ़ती जाएगी, whether it is regulator, whether it is stock exchange, or whether it is a market player. Now, one also thing is very prevalent. The business has its own expectation. Although I am a Mumbaiker, but I belong to Gorakhpur, और वहाँ पे एक कहावत है, बंधले बनिया बाजार नहीं लगती है. What is बंधले बनिया? You tie the note of a trader and you can't expect the market to perform. You know, that's a problem. And what is the tying of the note? Tying of the note is more and more regulation. You know, as a trader, as a businessman, I want ease of doing business. I can do whatever I want to do. But at the same time, we are an Indian economy which is a democracy. There is a say of a regulator, there is a say of a government. They cannot expect a market to play based on bogus data or bogus figures. And they expect that you and me as a profession, of course, a regulator has their own agencies, has their own infrastructure, but as Mr. Naik has given example of SBI, They cannot go to each and every corner of the India or each and every part of the corporates. And that's where the role of a profession comes. Now, if this is very clear, and we know that 30% is a data of a gross domestic saving, and government has an aim that the financial inclusion should reach each and every individual. And I must congratulate their efforts like Jan Dhan Yojana and those Yojana. At least that inclusion has started. But is this inclusion is sustainable? 130 करोड़ भारतीयों ने अगर एक साथ इन्वेस्ट कर दिया 10 रुपया भी मार्केट में, it will become 1300 rupees in a day. Can we say that this money, which is a hard-earned money of an individual, has been put in a marketplace which is a long-term sustainable marketplace and not a gambling place? Who will give this assurance? Government has said, boss, hum to ye karenge. This assurance come from practicing people like you, from CAs or from a CMAs. Let us take it. The changes of CS, CS and CMA Act which has just been came, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Somewhere government is not happy with, of course not with the CS, maybe with some other community I can say. They are not happy with their way of working. And that's why they bring it to the law. कि we will take you for a toss. Disciplinary committee को लेके इतना objection हुआ है open house में. Just imagine when in a disciplinary committee you don't have a people from institute but people from government side. Do you think they will listen even once or twice? They will go with their own presumption. They will go with their assessment. So we have to take it with a pinch of salt that we as a profession, what we want from the institute, from the regulator. We want a fair play market. It should not be a market where as a practicing company secretary or as a company secretary, if I certify something, I should be held accountable for everything. But at the same time, it is also expectation that I as a PCS or I as a CS, if I certify something, आँख बंद करके sign तो हम ना करें. The recognition which is coming in the SEBI, whether it is in the LODR. LODR though it's something which keeps on changing, but we must appreciate the way the LODR has moved from clause 49 to the LODR rule itself. From the EDI FAR, that electronic data interface filing report, what Naik was saying, the artificial intelligence and all those things which were there in 2007 to the current stage, it has came a very long journey. And in those journey, of course, we have played our role. Similarly, if you see the law which is changing in terms of your related party transaction, जितना भी tight करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कहीं न कहीं से loophole आता है. And it comes after every 2 or 3 years. And it takes away the entire efforts what the regulator has put and what we had to put. Whether it was an airline company failure, whether it was the financial company failure, somewhere it comes out. Are we meeting the expectation of regulator which says that it is a purpose and effect of benefiting the related party of a listed entity or any of its subsidiary? We have to test that. So are we covering that in our assessment? I mean, look, as a related party, everything cannot be assessed with some bar. You know, there are MRPs and there are no MRP also. I mean, you have to take it. A service cannot be MRP. What a service charge I will pay to Narsimhan ji, I will not pay to somebody else. It's my decision. But we as a PCS or we as a company secretary, are we certifying with some parameters or some market standard before we certify RPT or not? It's very important. The test lies with us when we as a corporate certify and we say that this is in an arm's length and this is in an ordinary course of business. Since morning, we heard a lot about the artificial intelligence or the cyber security. I will go one step ahead. The way the fintech companies are coming and way the cryptocurrency is going to come. I mean, I was surprised there is a cryptocurrency exchanges are also there. I don't know whether when SEBI will regulate them, but someday you have to regulate them. There are more than 127 cryptocurrencies are listed. And the highest one is a Bitcoin, which is one Bitcoin is equal to some 17 lakh rupees, 17 or 18 lakh rupees. And people are investing. Bitcoin investment is not regulated by RBI. It is taxed by the finance ministry. But the Bitcoin which is traded on a Bitcoin exchange, and I think it's some agency, I'm missing its name, the word start with Z. WazirX, yeah, correct. They are properly doing a Bitcoin trading, and they are. I was on one of the session, and they were asking us to invest in that Bitcoins. I said, but it is not regulated. They said, yes, sir, but we have the exchange, and this is illegal. I said, very good. Somewhere we have to pace ourselves to that level as a company secretaries. Do we understand कि भैया ये exchange हो क्या रहा है? What is this Bitcoin? What is the entire valuation is coming out of it? That's the third point. I will say the legal changes which are coming, and we have to keep ourselves ready. BRSR or the SDGs, or I can say the social stock exchange, is a need of the hour. If suppose the 5 SDG of the government they have to achieve by 2030, do you know the monthly outgo? The monthly outgo will be 4,30,000 crore. If you don't have the social stock exchange, do you think that money will be monetized from the market? Okay, this money is getting monetized. Where we are in terms of those monetization? It is we have to put ourselves in that shoes. BRSR, which is there on 9 principle, Mr. Naik told about taking the electricity unit from the Leh Ladakh. I can tell you the BRSR also talk about the electricity unit in Jewel. Do we understand what is the conversion of Jewel and the unit which we receive? Yeah, we don't know that, and we have to certify it. So as a practicing company secretary or as a company secretary, it is not an easy task. ये कहते हैं कांटों का सफर है, लेकिन we have to cross it because that's the expectation. I have never seen Prime Minister going to any institute's inauguration or annual function. I have never seen a Home Minister is coming to felicitate the Corporate Governance Award. There is some expectation, and he's spending 2.5 hours in Bombay. What is that? It's not a political event, right? He's interacting with us. There is very few corporate, I can say, entrepreneurs are there, but the hall is full of all company secretaries, full of company secretaries, and he's interacting with us. We have to take it with a pinch of salt कि boss इनकी expectation हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा है. And the institute logo, which is Satyam Adam Dharman Chara, it should not be a logo. It should be our way of working. As a company secretary, we learn many things, whether it is company law, taxation, whether it is any other law you can say we read in our student days. But when I joined a corporate, I was a company secretary. I was expected to do the company secretarial job, board meeting bulana, form file karna, minutes banana, and all those things. One fine day my boss said कि boss ये इतना बड़ा tender आया हुआ है, somewhere around $60 million, I have to go for negotiation, and my guy is not there, can you please join me? I said yes, sure, why not? And I was there in that room, and after that negotiation meeting I was made as a contract head of the company, and since 2010 I am continuing contract head in 2 different companies. That particular job was not taught to me during my company secretarial student career. It is me who has developed it. It is like, your base, how you put yourself. Yesterday I was talking to some girl here in the dinner table. She's doing CS plus risk profession. So opportunities are there. It is how we place ourselves in those areas. Whether it is an organization skill, whether it is a comprehensive understanding, legal knowledge is for given. I am sure Jeevan ji or NSC will not expect you to not to know the law. It is your by default degree. You can't take excuse that we don't know the law. That's given. So I don't see that's a critical attribute of a company secretary. The critical attribute could be a good organization skill, good planning skill, multitasking skill, or maybe self-creating skill. But legal skill is a fundamental skill. So, and with that note, I would only suggest, friends, morning when we were hearing the open house session, I think we have to still move some step further, and we have to showcase these skills in front of not only CS as an institute, but also in front of the regulator, in front of the other market player. When we go and meet Jeevan sir, I am very happy that Narasimhan sir has said that after some discussion, he immediately called up Mr. Jeevan and he's requested that we should do this. And he gracefully accepted that extension of the date. So we have to develop that rapport, whether it is SEBI, whether it is Ministry of Company Affairs, or whether it is a Ministry of Finance. Somebody in the morning was raising action कि institute ने क्या किया, GST, which was one of the things which was given by Modi himself to institute, what we did. I'm asking us what we did. With the full fairness, I'm telling you, and with the it's my acceptance that I have not did anything. In 2017, the Prime Minister appealed that as a company secretary, you do your GST returns. I never even thought of going to that area. It is my mistake. I can't blame institute for that. So it is we as a people, as a practicing company secretary or a company secretary, we have to come to the platform and deliver this thing for the benefit of the government, for the benefit of the regulator. And sir, thank you very much for extending your date for the 6-month moratorium. On behalf of Mr. Narasimhan, I will say that. And with that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
But I need to also remind Jeevan sir, sir, आपका 6 months है ना, 3 months चला गया, अभी 3 months ही बाकी है. Before I take up question answers, I need to recognize the presence of 2 stalwarts over here. Mr. Pramod Bhai, past council member of the institute from Mumbai, and Mr. S.K. Jain, very passionate. He addresses almost every program on IPC. Now, I had to also mention, incidentally, not only the circulars and the notices or gives us recognition, but incidentally, I don't know how many of you read this, an order passed by the whole-time member also gave us some recognition. This was in the case of Urja Global. I don't know how many of you have read the order of the Honorable all-time member, Mr. Anand Baruwa. And there, it was a very innocuous order, not realizing it's a standard order against a company. But when you go to the last page of the order, there you see, it says that a company secretary in practice. Now, it could have easily named the sectoral auditor, the statutory auditor. No, it says an independent company secretary in practice will monitor every piece of disclosure made under Regulation 30 with the stock exchange. And they've given a period of 3 years for that to be done. And while doing so, they have also cast certain responsibility on the PCA, saying that he has to go back to the last 10 years to identify what kind of notifications have been issued under disclosure under Regulation 30. Yeah. Now, it's also important to, thank you. So, this particular one, the very simple. There was a product called Zacobide. You don't get to know what the product is. You will never get it. And that Zacobide, it's not a Jacobite. Jacobite is definitely a concept. It's got a genuine meaning. It's an invented word, and the agreement was signed for buying of this product and selling this product, which is a non-existent one. Just imagine the kind of, trickery the corporates are putting the regulators to. And nothing much. The share price moved from only 2 to 3 rupees. That's 33%. Hell of a lot of money. Anyway, so this is a very important one. So let me take up some questions. Before I have my questions shared with them, I think I would now, in order to have better, larger participation, I would request the members over here to raise the questions. We have all the 3 regulators here. And incidentally, me, a practitioner and a company secretary in employment. So it can be for any of us. Kindly decide amongst you who would be the first person to raise a question. Pramod bhai, yes sir. Mic चाहिए, मैं आके दे देता हूँ. बैठिए, प्रमोद भाई बैठ जाना. Sir.
Let people see me also. Whoa.
नहीं
Okay. Thank you for your kind words.
अरे ऑन कर दो.
Thank you for your kind words. These are few observations or rather comments we expect from SEBI. So the one is the penalties, 2-3 points are there which you can comment on. One is the penalties charged are very high. Number 2, so there are very frequent changes in the SEBI regulations, morning, evening. So, sir, whatever is difficult to keep a track of it and advise the clients and other company management, sir. So, if it is done on a weekly or fortnightly basis, it will be good, sir. Number two, sir, many times your white papers are sent, for some comments and other notes. But then, sir, some reminders also need to be sent so that people can again refer back and can come back to you. And so in some cases, action taken by SEBI is somewhat late, which has happened in case of NSE and many other things which you are fully aware of. And so, and last but not least, sir, you are regulating too many items, sir, like from R&D people to IPO to so many things. So, do you think there should be?
Yeah, no problem.
Do you think there should be some division in the regulations about multifarious things what you control, like mutual funds and whatnot, sir? So these are a few observations I should write. Thank you, sir.
So before you answer it, I just want to make one small announcement. Those of you who are seated here, because the checkout time is 11 o'clock, kindly check out of your room and come over here. The session will be there till 2 o'clock. We have got for the next session, we've got all the panelists on board, and it's going to be a combined session. The two sessions together is going to be held. Therefore, quickly move out and come back, and I cannot restrict myself from asking certain questions to our friend here. You want to respond to that from Pramod Bhai first? Please, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Audible?
Yeah. No,
Yeah. So you mentioned about penalty. So the very concept of penalty is that it has to be deterrent in effect. So if the penalty is 100 rupees or 200 rupees, it's not going to make sense. The concept of penalty, that's why we'll have to implement if the penalty is high. There's a deterrence to the person or a wrongdoer to not commit it again. So that is the purpose. So that's why penalty is high, that's true, but I think we have a system of transparent imposition of penalties. As per the SOP, the penalty is being imposed. And exchanges already have a waiver committee that if you believe that the penalty has not been imposed in the manner or transparent manner, then probably you can just appeal to the exchanges for this thing. Your second point was on frequent changes in law. I think before you entered, we just introduced. We had a 6-month moratorium on LODR changes. For the last 6 months to 8 months, we have not made a single change in the LODR provisions. So the philosophy is that we would like that the changes that have already taken place settle in, and we learn from the experience, and then probably we again take some more changes over a period of time. So we will try to see that we bunch up changes at one point of time, but we cannot commit that if we find that there is something that is going on wrong and which requires a policy change, we may come again and review it even within the 6 months. So, however, we have managed to stay away from any changes for the last 6 months. So we will now take the next bit of reforms on the LODR coming forward. As far as your issue on SEBI actions, I think all our regulatory actions are already on our website. And given that, I think there already is a database. Both the exchanges continue to have a database where regulatory actions taken by SEBI are hosted. And you can always check, even on the SEBI website, any regulatory action taken against any of the entities that you... I think the last question I couldn't capture, but I believe it was relating to RPT. Is that right?
Like from R&D agents to mutual funds and so many other, nearly entire sector you are controlling. So do you think some division is required in that, or only?
Oh, I think that's a very subjective question. I would leave it open for the practicing company secretaries to speak.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I will have, I have a whole lot of questions, but I would like to share one question each for the 4 panelists to justify their presence over here, right? And the first question, obviously, will go to the main regulator here, Mr. Jeevan Sonparde. Sir, as a result of continued efforts of the Institute, there has been increase in recognition, I don't want to use the word substantial, increase in recognition received under SEBI regulations last few years. What are the areas where Institute may pursue with SEBI? What regulatory developments do you foresee in future that may impact the professionals?
Thank you, sir. I think over a period of time, we have been reviewing most of the regulations within SEBI to align the roles of various professionals like a CA, CS, as well as the ICMA. While we are doing this, as far as the Corporation Finance Department is concerned, 3 to 4 regulations are yet to be touched. One is the buyback regulation. Obviously, there is a visibility, probably by end of this month, you should find a consultative paper on buyback regulations being reviewed. That is one thing. The substantial acquisition and takeover regulation is one that I believe has seen the test of times, but given that the market is dynamic, we believe that it requires some change and it requires some review. So as I was just exchanging some notes with Mr. Narasimhan, I think the Company Secretary Institute should come together, apply its mind as to how it finds its role for a company secretary to issue a certificate under these 2 regulations. Can something be explored? The other area which probably the institute had tried earlier with SEBI and which should try again pursue is the concept of social auditors. Presently, as per the Social Stock Exchange, the report that is, the technical report that is there, it talks about a tie-up of NSE and the ICAI to come together and bring out the concept of a social auditor. Given that audit is not for accounts, I believe this can be done by a company secretary or even a cost accountant. So there is some role, there is some scope that even the ICSI can pursue here. I think it just needs to be forcefully taken up. I think that is one role. Avishkarji also mentioned about ESG. I think that is somewhat related to BRSR and the social audit and the social impact assessment, that exercise. If you would have noticed, even the company MCA has also brought out some provisions on CSR audit. So I think you should find your place there also. Something needs to be done. You should have your foot in the door so that at least you will be able to, your profession will get some kind of a role to play in social audit there. So this, I believe, are some of the areas. But again, all these areas are open to you, but it comes when there is a responsibility, there also is a liability. So like he was sharing that there are some, on the other profession, there has been a lot of backlash from the Prime Minister and others on how they have been able to do conducting their business. So it should not so happen that you also invite such adverse comments. So it is up to you as an institute and as a profession to keep up the good work. You have not yet invited those adverse comments. It's a commendable effort from your side, and you should keep up the good work and continue to do what you have been doing right. Thank you so much.
It's wonderful. In fact, let me also tell you, since you have raised this issue of social stock exchange, I need to put it across to all the members who are present over here. We did meet up with the Executive Director, Mr. Amarjit Singh. We had a long chat with him. In fact, we gave a small representation to him. But somehow at this stage he says, because the CA Institute has put in a lot of effort in terms of being a member of this group, and therefore right now we will not look at it, but definitely whenever need arises, we will definitely consider you. Therefore, effort has been put, so I need to clarify this because let the members not feel the institute is not doing anything on that. Okay. Now my question to Mr. Avishkar. SEBI has always appreciated the intervention of independent professionals in orderly development and growth of markets, and in turn strengthening governance in the listed companies. How would you comment upon the role of professionals in securities market? Give a very frank view on that. Let our members know about it. You are a quasi-regulator, okay?
So just to drive this particular thing, I will just take few examples and all. One is the example which Narasimhan sir also took. Take the example of Urja Global and all that. Say in that particular hierarchy, there were, as I said, in the compliance, there are 4 hierarchies. One is the board, second is the professional, third is the stock exchange, and fourth is the regulator. When a particular company is making such type of announcements, that means the initial 2 levels, the board and the professional or the company secretary who was there, has not performed his task. And then that it percolates back to the 3rd level, in the sense exchanges, because then it has. Again, take another example on websites. in regulation 46 of LODR and all, there is a specific mention of having a website on board and all. The very specific thing that it has found a mention in LODR means that the regulator and everyone is looking at maintaining the website as one of the most important tasks, because investor gets a whole lot of information and all that way. I will take one example. In the sense, in April 21, when we were stuck with this second wave of COVID, and where oxygen was short in supply and all, there was one listed entity whose name contained the word oxygen, and because there was a huge demand, the price of the stock moved, it almost doubled in a month's time and all that way. And then the regulator or the exchanges, when they were looking at it, when actually we went and saw, it was some NBFC. It had not changed the name, but it had already moved to non-banking financial services and all that one. And in the website, under the products column, somewhere that particular mention still remained. They would have changed, but the products part of it still mentioned that oxygen. Now, if we look at it, say when we do a certification or do any of our activity, and since we are in securities market where it is very, very price sensitive, and when we are putting a pen to the paper, or when we are writing the secretarial audit report and saying that, okay, the website has been maintained properly and it has all the details and all, it becomes very paramount that we actually see that and believe that it is happening and all that way. So what is the side effect of this particular thing is, we are also as exchange subjected to SEBI inspections and all. So this task then comes back to the exchanges, in the sense that now we also have to check whether the listed entities are maintaining the websites properly or not that way. Then again, since I had touched upon the technology part, so many of the times if I say now that, okay, you have to maintain, see that the websites are properly maintained, many of you will raise that, okay, we will be going at the end, doing our secretarial audit, how we will be monitoring that, okay, in some of the particular place where it is incorrectly mentioned and all that way. So here actually technology actually plays a very crucial point. There are currently softwares and all, which basically through a URL is able to check on a daily basis whether a particular website is up or down. It is able to check that, okay, whatever is mentioned in the regulation, say it mentions about annual report, it mentions about your transcripts, whatever it's mentioned, it's there or not. And at the second level, go beyond the PDF and check whether the data is correct or not that way. So as professionals, we have to, if we say, keep on complaining that we don't have that, then exchanges or means at some point of time, exchanges will start coming in your areas. So here, there is one area which, say, example, as professionals, we should be working on.
Thank you, Avishkar. Then my question to Girish Bhai here. Certification by an independent professional like company secretaries instills faith, confidence among the regulators and investors about the working of a corporate. What precautions would you suggest while undertaking such certification for our members?
Yeah, I think this, I covered this question in my talk in the beginning, so I will not repeat. But the only when you do the precautions, means, as you say, SOP is already there, but don't get colored by that SOP or process which you have defined over. Means it is not, if your firm is old or you know that old age practice, so try to revisit. It is always to relook at the process that gives you some new things and new dimension. And as a management, because try to follow the concept of management, because at times we are proprietary driven organization, so just a little bit said bola wo barabar hai, aisa nahi hota hai, because you empower the young people, young manager, let them design the process, let that should be precaution. So let it be more evolving process. So they will also come out with their own method how to do the activity. That is one thing. Of course, you have to check with the latest regulations, notification issued by the SEBI or something. If any doubt, because if we are going to टेक नो जाने दो, देखा जाएगा, नेक्स्ट टाइम कुछ चिट्ठी बिट्ठी आएगा तो देख लेंगे, अभी जाने दो. Don't take that chance because it puts clients at the risk as well as your name is also getting spoiled because client is going to face the music from the exchanges if gets a penalty letter. So if doubt, do call us, BSc or NSE, do joint call immediately there, and SEBI is very prompt. If anything is there, SEBI also reverts within 1 week, they clarify the stand. But if any ambiguity is there, don't go ahead and close the matter. कि जब देखा जाएगा कोई check करेगा तो देखा जाएगा, but check करेगा, then consequences are very bad and very high, and it is a bad name for the your firm, and client also suffers. Thank you.
Thanks, Girish Bhai. And then one final question goes to my panelist, Mr. Sachin Mishra. What attributes must a company secretary inculcate for being considered as a preferred professional for undertaking any proposed activity whenever any amendment is envisaged by the regulators, including that of SEBI?
Okay. So, Narasimha sir, I think the expectation of regulator Jeevan sir has already, Jeevan sir and including NSE, BSc, they both have said. I would just say that as I said in my just inauguration talk, that expectation of the regulator in terms of knowing the law is always there. They don't expect that you don't know the law. That is already there. But we as a profession, we need to understand what is the intent of the lawmaker. And I feel somewhere, if you really want a quality report or quality certification, and it's my recommendation to SEBI, I think, you have this NSIM as an institute which conduct even LLB courses also. Why don't SEBI and ICSI come up with the joint courses, certification courses, which focus on the intent of a lawmaker in terms of specific certification, whether it is SR and all things. Yes. So those things. So I suggest what company secretaries should inculcate, they should understand the intent of the lawmaker rather than just certifying the piece of paper. That's the most crucial thing I suggest they should have.
Thank you, Sachin. That brings us to the end of this program. Before we end, I just want to make a mention of one thing. Just a month back or so, we received a communication from a senior officer in SEBI forwarding to us a paper clipping where the chairperson of SEBI has asked that note, that paper clipping to be sent to the institute for us to act upon. And what was the paper clipping about? It said that the resolutions being proposed by the company secretaries should be easy to understand. It's very complicated. And the kind of words which are used makes things very complex for the small investor to understand. So we did get it. And I think we had a whole lot of response. Immediately the Secretarial Standard Committee took on board that particular circular with the notification or the paper clipping, and then we circulated, and we had mixed response from all the members of the Secretarial Standard Committee. I don't want to comment on that. We are short on time. I now leave it to the Secretariat to go through the process of honors of giving the Shahid Ki Beti certificate to all the panelists. Go ahead,
I
Disha.
request C.S. Nagendra Raoji to please come on the dais and present Shahid Ki Beti certificate to our guest, Shri Jeevan Son Parote ji.
Before I give the certificate, I would request each and every esteemed member to give a big round of applause and give a standing ovation for one single reason. I think in the lifetime of any professional, last year there was a recognition which was given to us when huge discussions had taken with Mr. Jeevan. There was an existing professional institute which was certifying, and that professional institute is no longer certifying, and it is your own esteemed institute which has only been given the certification with regards to the SEBI Sweat Equity Shares SOS regulation. So kudos to you, sir, for such a dynamic
In fact, prior to that, it was done only by the statutory auditor. And then in that we can have
I request
four different
sir to please
certifications.
stay on the dais and give Shahid Ki Beti certificate.
Stay back
to
here.
Shri Avishkar Naik ji. Sir, you please do the honors and give Shahid Ki Beti certificate to Shri Girish Joshi ji.
Girish Joshi.
Sir, please give Shahid Ki Beti certificate to Shri Sachin Mishra ji. All the residential delegates, please check out on immediate basis. We are already late. It was 11 o'clock, or otherwise the amount will be levied upon the individual persons automatically at 12 o'clock. Please kindly do this immediately. And we are starting another session. For the next session, we have with us Shri Amit Pradhan ji, Executive Director, IBBI, to share his views on regulatory perspective, challenges and expectations. For deliberations on building trust and sustainability, we have with us CS Makarand Joshi, Practicing Company Secretary, CS Ashish Garg ji, Past President ICSI, CS Nagendra D. Rao ji, Immediate Past President ICSI. I request CS Ashish Garg ji and CS Nagendra D. Rao ji to kindly escort the other speakers on the dais, please. Let me just briefly introduce you our guests. We have with us Shri Amit Pradhan ji. He is the Executive Director of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Immediately before joining IBBI, he was serving Chief General Manager and Adjudicating Officer in Securities and Exchange Board of India. He has been with the Securities Market Regulator SEBI since 1997. I request Shri Ashish Garg ji to kindly present Shahid Ki Beti, planter and Angvastram to our guest Shri Amit Pradhan ji. I request Shri Nagendra D. Rao ji to kindly present Angvastram and a planter to Makarand Joshi ji, our other speaker. He is a practicing company secretary with more than 20 years of experience, and he is well known for his interpretational skills. We have with us Shri Ashish Garg ji, who was past president of ICSI for the year 2020. We welcome you, sir. And Nagendra D. Rao ji, who is the immediate past president. We welcome you, sir. I now request Shri Amit Pradhan ji to kindly deliver his keynote address.
I think it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends. And my colleagues on the dais, please. So, as has been told that I belong to SEBI originally, now I am working with IBBI on deputation since last year. So, when I joined SEBI in 1997, SEBI was 5-year-old. So, exactly the history repeats, we say. So, after 5 years of formation of IBBI, I joined IBBI. You know that when any organization is new, so you face a lot of challenges in establishing that organization, rules, regulations, and the infrastructure in place. So SEBI was little bit lucky that the infrastructure was in place. Though there was some difficulty how that infrastructure was working, and that was the reason that SEBI came into being, and SEBI Act was enacted in 1992, and then the rules and regulations were framed to correct whatever the deficiencies were there. So initial days, any organization, if you work, you face a lot of challenges. So that experience, first experience I got in SEBI in 1987, and I can just tell you, I think everybody will agree to me, when you work in challenge, so you perform best. Because why challenge? Because regulations, infrastructure, manpower, these things are not there. To some extent, capacity is not there. So you have to build infrastructure, you have to build regulations, you have to, capacity building is also required, manpower is also required. So now SEBI has traveled a lot. So it has been, my journey in SEBI was 24 years, till yesterday, and still I am with SEBI. So now I am in a new role in IBBI as a regulator under Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. So when this IBC was enacted, so I'm just quoting a press release when this act was enacted, press release of Ministry of Finance dated 11th May 2016. The objective of the new law is to promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit, and balance the interest of all stakeholders by consolidating and amending the laws relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of corporate persons, partnership firms, individuals. The most important thing is in a time-bound manner and for maximization of value of assets of such person and matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So I just take two things very important from this value. This time is the essence of resolution process and the value maximization, because these were the two basic purpose for which this IBC code was enacted. And some outcome of that, which is reflected in one of the Economics Times newspaper dated 7th June 2021, which reads as under: financial creditors may realize 55,000 to 60,000 crore in financial year 21-22, though through successful resolution plans under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, according to a credit rating agency, ICRA. So this was quoted as being said by the ICRA. So before I move forward, I just want to recognize the role of ICSI in partnering with the insolvency regime and insolvency regulator. So at this 23rd National Conference of ICSI, I must congratulate ICSI for being a super partner on the journey of IBC of last 6 years. ICSI IIP and ICSI RBO, as has been written over here. These are the two, I would not say subsidiary, maybe an entity floated by ICSI, which is, one is entity is Insolvency Professional Agency. It's a kind of front regulator for insolvency professionals. And the other entity which is a registered valuer organization, so that creates the pool of valuers also. And this, by partnering with us, they have been on the forefront of the regulatory efforts of development of profession of IP and registered valuers. The CRP, the Corporate Insolvency Resolution Process, yielding the first resolution plan under the Code for Resolution of Corporate Debtor in the matter of Synergies Dore Automatic Limited, was conducted under the resolution professionalship of one Miss Mamta Binani, who incidentally is the first IP registered with IBBI, and that too she belongs to the ICSI IPA. So these are the recognition already in place, and recent and this is another important thing, that our recent ex-chairperson Dr. M.S. Sau is also a member of ICSI. So that much contribution is already in place, and we seek further contribution also. Recently we did a program in Mumbai ICSI chapter under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, wherein we went there as to promote the IP profession, and with special reference to graduate insolvency program. So that was also a very good success, and I believe members here sitting here, I think they will also be having some licenses of RP or the valuers. If not, please go for it, because we need expertise in this insolvency professional area. Still, I think many numbers are there, CS which have the licenses. I don't know how many are sitting here, but this profession needs expertise which you people have it. Like it is said, the CS a preferred professional. So you have to justify this. One important thing was said in the previous session by Shri Girish Joshi ji, who explained the importance of responding to the consultation papers which are floated by the regulators. So who can be the best to respond to these papers? It is you only, because you have in-depth knowledge of all the laws in this country, and I know the curriculum of company secretary. It is so vast. I believe IBC is also covered, must be covered in a very great detail. So in the recent time, there is a change of guard in IBBI also. We have a new chairperson, Mr. Ravi Mittal. So you know that whenever a change of guard is there, so a lot of policy interventions are done. Same thing I learned in SEBI, and I am just seeing it in IBBI also. So recently we have come out many consultation papers, and the background of the consultation papers were only twofold. Just to address the delay issue in admission process and the value maximization. These two. Initially also I said these two are the main concerns which the country is facing as on today. We have a data of which we have sourced from NCLT. As on 31st March, there were around 10,000 cases which were pending at the stage of admission itself. So unless there is an admission, nothing will move forward in the corporate insolvency resolution process. So, and that delays are to the more than 100, 200 days in just admission process. When you file a case, admission, and you know that how many days are given under the IBC for admission? 14 days. And another thing which is hurting is that the professionals who are appearing there, or maybe they are being advised and not in the line of the scheme which is under the code. You know that this is not the adversarial proceedings before the adjudicating authority, but somehow it has been made like that. So we as IBBI wanted whatever role we have been given under the IBC to address these two aspects, like how to reduce the delay and how to do a value maximization of the realization. Because recently also there is a trend that more and more cases are going into liquidation, which is not good, not healthy for the ecosystem. So in that direction, IBBI came out first discussion paper regarding information utility. See, information utility has a great role, and they are one of the pillar of insolvency, because there are 4 pillars, I think you must be aware. So one of the very prominent pillar is IU, and their role is to receive the financial information and to issue any default, a certificate based on which a tribunal has to act and admit a case for any resolution process. But that is not happening. I think it is very important to understand the importance of information utility, because the role assigned to the information utility is to issue a record of default. Section 7 of the code says, and recently the NCLAT order, which has come very recently, once a record of default is issued by an information utility, the next step is an admission order. No intervention application, nothing, no hearing, because these are not adversarial proceedings. But that's not happening, because the number of IA applications are there. Tribunals are burdened with some principle of natural justice issues. So my request is that kindly advise whosoever, or maybe you people are the best to your client, that please use the services of information utility whenever you are going for filing any insolvency proceedings. And once you do that and record of default is issued in your favor, that's a very good piece of evidence for admission of the case. At least admission stage पे हम उसको we can curtail the delays. So just to refine the processes on the information utility front, we came out with a discussion paper. Now this amendment has also been notified 2-3 days back only, wherein we have prescribed a record of default certificate itself. It's just a one-pager. Earlier, information utilities were allowed to issue their record of default, that may be containing very voluminous information. Sometimes the members of NCLTs, or they may not be well appreciating and giving. Now there is a certificate, section 7, 9, 10 application, whether the default is authenticated. If it is yes, green flag. So that 2 or 3 lines that needs to be read. There may be some supporting documents. So we prescribed a format for record of default in the IBC itself. Then there were delays in issuing this authentication process. What used to happen, because debtors are not found at their places. So there was a provision under regulation that 3 notices were to be issued. That case here was to be treated as a deemed notice, but that used to be under yellow category. Yellow, you know that it is always subject to challenges at a later stage. But after proper consultation with the banks and every stakeholders, we decided, no, at least in case of banks who are under second schedule, because their accounts are a kind of evidence under the Bankers Book Evidence Act. So in that case, if 3 notices deeming are issued, that authentication will be treated under green category. So that cannot be subject to any challenge. So that we have tried to reform, because majority of the financial creditors are banks. So recently also, after this IU amendment, we have come out with one very important discussion paper. Kindly examine that and give us comments. That is regarding enabling insolvency professional entities to become as an insolvency professional. You are very well aware that as on today, the insolvency professional is an individual. Though the code allows IBBI to register a person as an insolvency professional, but initially it was thought not to take charge because there was no infrastructure in place, because no professionals were in place. So that experience which was needed for the insolvency system, that was also not in place. So only individuals were picked up initially. And who can be the best? The company secretary, chartered accountants, lawyers, cost accountants. So it was thought that they can perform better in a role of insolvency professionals. So initially then it was done, but later on Now there is a shift based on the experience because an individual is not equipped to deal with complications are involved in dealing with the resolution process because he has to act as an CEO of the corporate debtor. And that corporate debtor may be having some technology firm, it may be a big mechanical firm or electrical firm, anything. So a lot of expertise is needed and one person may find it difficult. But temporarily to overcome this IPE concept was also introduced. But now this discussion paper deals with the allowing these entities also to become, because they will be at one-stop shop to provide all support services, including the services of as a resolution professional in the course of CIRP. And this is also done to reduce the delay and make the process very, very effective. Another, this paper we have come out with is it's regarding fixing that floor fees for the remuneration of insolvency professional. Generally, it may look not very digestible because no other regulator has prescribed some floor fee. Even SEBI has prescribed some upper fee like that, so that competition remains. But what was happening, these insolvency professionals, whenever they are being engaged by COC or in case of a corporate debtor, they were working, but sometimes they were not being paid. So, because of, if you are not paid for any services, so there is some difficulty, the process will never get through. So, it was thought fit, at least some minimum assured fees is required to be paid to a professional who is kind of CEO of that corporate debtor, and who are the professional, they are very well established, like company secretary, CA, they are all the professionals which are running the process. So it was thought that some slab is required to be prescribed as a minimum floor fee, and COC can prescribe even higher fees also with the whatever the resolution process, with the voting percentage, they can pass some resolution. Another thing that whenever IP, even if fees decided, they were after the resolution is complete or abandoned in between, so they were not being paid. So we have now mandated, like, there should be a escrow account on the very day one of the start of the process, wherein COC is supposed to contribute to that fund and that fee of the, towards the fee of the IP which has been decided. If COC doesn't have money, or maybe finding it difficult, they can arrange also interim finance. So that way, some motivation is there for IRP to perform in a better way. Another papers we have come out recently rolled out is regarding the improvement in the CRP process. Amendment has also come into place, and that one of the main issue was that valuation. Valuation was because as you know that as per the mandate under IBC CRP regulations, 2 valuers are to be appointed in the course of CRP. And when there is a difference of the valuation, the word used was significant difference, but definition was not prescribed. So what is significant? So every process, CRP process, there is different interpretations are there. So just to provide some uniformity of approach, that regulation have been amended to say 25% will be considered as significant difference. If between the valuation of 2 valuers, if difference is 25%, then a third valuer needs to be appointed. Recently, this liquidation process also, we have come out with a discussion paper. It was said that liquidation process was being less regulated. The more focus was on the resolution side. And because of that, liquidation process was being either misused or maybe because of lesser regulations, that was not yielding result because delays was happening. So there we have also introduced a system which is available in the resolution process, which is Committee of Creditors. That a similar system is also being introduced with some other name. It will be a stakeholders committees kind of thing. which will at least controls the functioning of the liquidator in the course of liquidation process. So that discussion paper is already floated. So kindly make good use of that, of your expertise, give us some comments on that. So want to just share some good news and some bad news post IBC. So few good news I am just hearing here. From perspective of jurisprudence, impressions are clear that debtor's paradise has lost. So now, because creditors are in control. From the point of view of financial sector, though it is not a recovery too, yet recovery under IBC has been the best in comparison to other debt recovery instruments. Even RBI has recognized this. From the perspective of economy, falling NPA heralds good news for redeployment of capital for optimum users. From the perspective of entrepreneurs and enterprise, freedom to exit is there. Ease of doing business, World Bank 136 ranking has now been, we have reached to 52. So we have traveled along. So Global Innovation Index is also from 111 to 47 rank we have reached. So there is a behavioral change amongst the debtors and creditors now, because debtors are now fearing any default of dues on account of any debt which they are taking. So from welfare perspective, dealing corporate is a going concern, preserves employment, which is happening. Wherever a resolution is taking place, so we are able to save employment also. But at the same time, when good is there, bad is also there. So realization for FCs in quarter ending March has been below the liquidation value. That is a concern here. So it happened before also. The lowest recorded value of 94% pertains to quarter 1 of 2019. So that is a pre-COVID and this now post-COVID. COVID had a deep impact on the processes being undertaken under the IBC. Some data I will just quickly share with you. Number of monthly admissions of filings have been reduced from 100 to 57 post-COVID. So almost half. Number of liquidation order from 939 prior, post-COVID it is 669. Average time taken for liquidation order has increased from 310 days to 556 days. Average time taken for passing a resolution order has increased from 408 days to 644 days. So with the passing of the time, the delay is going on further, is adding up. Another thing, percentage realization of financial creditors compared to their claims have reduced from 43% to 22%. Percentage realization by financial creditors to liquidation value has also reduced from 199% to 133%. So these are the data, some good and bad about it. Now, I think that whatever possible as a regulator of insolvency, IBBI will be doing that, and we would certainly need support of the professionals like you people. So please come with suggestions or the responses which we expect from you people in improving this system, which is certainly a very, very good system. Let us not allow it to go down, and please help us in taking it upwards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your perspective. I now request CS Ashish Garg ji to please deliver his address. And considering the timelines, I request all the speakers to limit their address to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the issues on the IBC. And we assure on behalf of the Institute, being the earlier director in IPA and having a strong board of IPA, combination of independent directors and nominee directors from the Institute. And we company secretaries are always front runners in this IPA, RP, IRP process. So thank you so much for your guidance. Coming to my topic, जय भवानी जय शिवाजी। लोनावला का इतिहास प्रवीण भाई ने इनॉग्रल में बताया था। पूना के अंदर आने वाला ये मराठा और पेशवाओं का शहर है। तो इस शहर की अपनी एक पहचान है। इस शहर में बहुत सारी ऐसी गाथाएं हैं जो बड़ी अनमोल हैं। और इनॉग्रल में हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब ने कहा था सिटी ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट्स। मुझे भी आप पूना के सारे लोग मानते हैं और मेरे प्रेसिडेंट देवेंद्र ने तो बोल ही रखा है हाफ प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द पुणे। सो इट इज नथिंग रिलेटेड विद द हाफ गर्लफ्रेंड विच ऑल ऑफ यू हैव might have read the novel. So half presidents of Pune also I am representing here. जहां तक बात है पीयर रिव्यू सिस्टम की, इसकी भी हम बात करेंगे, पर यहां पे सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो एक फैक्ट है वो है कि जब पूना के इतिहास में सबसे बड़ा योगदान रहा है शिवाजी महाराज का, और जब शिवाजी महाराज के बाद उनके बेटे संभाजी ने यहां की जब राजगद्दी संभाली थी तो स्वामी समर्थ दास ने उनको कुछ उपदेश दिए थे। वो आई थिंक हमारे लिए भी बहुत रिलेवेंट हो सकते हैं यहां पे। और उन्होंने मराठी में कहा था, लोकी हिम्मत धरावी, शतीरची तरवार करावी, चढ़ती वाढ़ती पदवी पावा लियणे। व्हाट इट मीन्स, यदि each word of this message is relevant today, you can easily equate Samarth's line under the background of present turmoil. And English translation goes as follows: give people courage, lead them from front, promote and facilitate deserving achievers at every step. I think you can correlate this with the MCA, you can correlate with the practicing professional, you can correlate with the peer review, you can correlate with the quality review, and you can correlate with the disciplinary mechanism or the code of conduct, which my Vice President Nagendra Rao will speak upon it. So, on this ICSI motto, Satyam Vat Dharmam Char, Swadhyayama Pramad, speak the truth, abide by the law, और नेवर स्टॉप योर स्टडी। मोटो बहुत सिंपल है, स्पीक द ट्रुथ, अबाइड बाय द लॉ। हमने चाइनीज कंपनी की बात की, डिसिप्लिनरी मैकेनिज्म की बात की, कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट की बात करेंगे, बट एक चीज ध्यान रखिए, जब भी आप कोई फॉर्म साइन कर रहे हैं, जब भी आप कोई आरपी का IRP का काम कर रहे हैं, सिक्स सेंस आपके दिमाग में सिर्फ एक बार ये जरूर आना चाहिए, स्पीक द ट्रुथ, अबाइड बाय द लॉ। या जो मैं कर रहा हूं वो सही है क्या, इसमें कहीं कुछ फिशी तो नहीं है। ये कंपनी मेरे पास ही बनने के लिए आई है और यदि ये एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी फीस दे रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ गड़बड़ तो नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंट हैज टॉक्ड अबाउट द फोर्ज्ड डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड वी हैव सीन, वी आर रेगुलरली मीटिंग विद द MCA, we have observed that the data has been forged, and even just few days back one of the other professional colleague of the different institute was behind the bar because प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में तहसीलदार का सर्टिफिकेट भी फर्जी लगाया हुआ था। So it's not always कि everyone is correct and everyone is wrong. We have to see what is correct, what is wrong. So speak the truth, abide by the law. And the most important thing is स्वाध्याय प्रमद, never stop your study, because ये जो peer review का भी mechanism है, ये भी जो हमारा सेशन है, building trust. This trust is very important. और आप फैंसी टर्म में बात कर सकते हैं, peer review, governance concept, deeper analysis, colleagues analysis. But यदि आप बहुत simple टर्म में बात करेंगे तो हमारे हर घर में पीयर रिव्यू होता है। हम रोज उस पीयर रिव्यू को फेस करते हैं, किसी एक तरीके से, किसी दूसरे तरीके से। बचपन में जब हमें हमारी कॉपी क्लास टीचर चेक करते थे तो हम बड़े भाई या बहन को दिखा देते थे, एक बार जस्ट देख लो गलती तो नहीं है। पापा को वो कॉपी चेक करनी होती थी तो वो अपने दूसरे बेटे को बोल देते थे, जरा एक बार चेक करके बता क्या है, व्हाट इज ऑल दिस। ये सारा वही पीयर रिव्यू है। जब हम रोज समझते हैं, थोड़े से बड़े हुए और जिसमें से जो लोग शादीशुदा हैं उन्हें पता लगता होगा हम क्या पहनते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं, हम क्या उठते बैठते हैं, हम कैसे चलते हैं, हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स कैसे करते हैं, वो सब एक पीयर रिव्यू के थ्रू ही चल रहा है। बिकॉज आपकी हेड ऑफ द फैमिली जो है, चाहे वो आपके पेरेंट्स हो सकते हैं, शादी के बाद वाइफ हो सकती है, वो जरूर बताएंगे कि ये क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, या ऐसा करो या ऐसा मत करो। वो सारा भी पीयर रिव्यू ही है जो डे इन एंड डे आउट आपका हो रहा है। और यदि मैं उसको एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर लूं, I am a good cook, regularly cooking on Sundays. दाल तड़का, पर वो अच्छी बनाने के बाद भी डर रहता है कहीं यार नमक ज्यादा नहीं हो जाए, मिर्ची कम नहीं हो जाए, तो आप उसको वाइफ को टेस्ट कराते हैं और बोलते हैं यार एक बार चेक कर लो गेस्ट को खराब नहीं लगे। ये भी एक पीयर रिव्यू ही है जो आपके रेगुलरली होता है। टेक्निकल वर्ड पर आएंगे कि इवेल्युएशन ऑफ द वर्क डन, कॉन्सेप्ट आया, आपको लगता है कॉन्सेप्ट 2019 में आया व्हेन माय प्रेसिडेंट रंजीत पांडे हैज गिवन मी द मैंडेट कि पीयर रिव्यू के मैकेनिज्म को स्ट्रांग करना है, और ये डाटा बोल रहा है कि 2019 तक ओवरऑल सिर्फ 500 फर्म्स पीयर रिव्यूड थी, और उसके बाद 19, 20, 21 में हर साल 500, 600 फर्म पीयर रिव्यू हुई है। But the concept of peer review has been started somewhere in 16th century, and it is very common and famous concept in the medical profession, in the academics. जब आपकी थीसिस जाती है तो दूसरा कोई व्यक्ति उसको पीयर रिव्यू करता है, तब जाके आप उसको सबमिट करते हैं। मेडिकल प्रोफेशन में बहुत ही कॉमन है, जब आप एमडी कर रहे होते हैं, डीएम कर रहे होते हैं, तो आपका जो सीनियर कंसल्टेंट है, सीनियर डॉक्टर है, वो आपके हर वर्क को, हर रिसर्च को ऑथेंटिकेट करता है। दैट इज ऑल्सो अ पीयर रिव्यू। आईसीएसआई के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात करेंगे, एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल ऑन द पोर्टल। पीयर रिव्यू मैनुअल है, पीयर रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म है, पीयर रिव्यूअर्स कितने हैं, पीयर रिव्यूड यूनिट्स कितनी है, और हमने एक पूरा बात करेंगे 2019 में वी हैव गिवन द रोड मैप ऑफ नेक्स्ट 4 years कि how this peer review mechanism will be applicable, and we have made it applicable in the phase system, first for 100 companies, then 1000 companies, then all listed companies, then all companies. And now again peer review concept is not only adopted by the Institute of Company Secretaries. If I have seen about the 2 other institutes, then CA it is there. आपने देखा होगा कि लिमिटेड रिव्यू रिपोर्ट साइन करनी है, लिस्टेड कंपनी के रिजल्ट साइन करने हैं। आई एम नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द डिटेल अबाउट माय अदर सेकंड प्रोफेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स, बट इन द अदर कंट्रीज ऑल्सो इट इज अ वेरी कॉमन। If I have taken the study of all the countries, USA, UK, Hong Kong, Singapore, New Zealand, and few other countries. And it is there almost in all the countries in the financial system. In the non-financial system, ICSI is leading, where we have made it mandatory for the secretarial audit, for the due diligence, for the other certifications. But for the financials, it is there approximately in all the countries. Somewhere it is again once in a 5 years, once in a 3 years. Somewhere it is like a board of peer review is for 3 years, 2 years, 1 year. So this concept is worldwide there. And ICSI is leading in front in India, which we are regularly doing. And then, if I talk about one more thing, because सबसे बड़ा डर peer review में लगता है कि यार वो दूसरा व्यक्ति आएगा, वो हमारा काम ले जाएगा, उसे हमारे सारे clients की डिटेल पता लग जाएगी, वो हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स देख लेगा, वो फॉर्म में फैक्ट फाइंडिंग निकालेगा। बट नहीं, this is a concept of big brother. And Devendra always used to say, because he was the chairman of peer review in 2020, and taken so many things. We have done so many webinars in last 3-4 years, so many hand-holding programs, so many peer reviewers have been done their peer review. So big brother का concept है, and big brother concept is totally different. यदि आप उसको माइथोलॉजी से भी समझेंगे, तो जब राम का वनवास हुआ था तो भरत उनके पास गए थे और उन्होंने बोला था कि आप वापस आ जाओ, पर राम नहीं आए, पर उन्होंने उनको कुछ गुरु मंत्र दिए, उन्होंने उनको राजकाज चलाने के लिए कुछ मैसेजेस दिए, और उसमें से सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एक जो मैसेज था, उन्होंने कहा, भरत माय ब्रदर, आई होप यू विल टेक केयर दैट एनी इंफॉर्मेशन विच इज कॉन्फिडेंशियल रिमेन्स इन बिटवीन 4 years. जो भी कॉन्फिडेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है वो सिर्फ 4 कानों के बीच में रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे ही वो इंफॉर्मेशन 6 लोगों तक पहुंचती है, वो 6 लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचती, वो पब्लिक हो जाती है। बिकॉज एवरीवन थॉट कि मैंने मेरे सिर्फ एक कॉन्फिडेंशियल पर्सन को बताई है, उनका भी एक कॉन्फिडेंशियल पर्सन होता है, उसका भी एक कॉन्फिडेंशियल पर्सन होता है। सो इट्स नॉट रिमेन कॉन्फिडेंशियल, इट विल बिकम पब्लिक। एंड सेम अप्लाइज टू पीयर रिव्यू. When your big brother is coming for your hand holding, his duty is to check the things, guide the things and give the systems कि यहाँ पे systems नहीं है, इन systems को आप strong कर लीजिए, ये कुछ चेकलिस्ट है, इनको फॉलो कीजिए. इट्स नॉट लाइक दिस कि ये फॉर्म में तुमने सर्टिफिकेशन गलत कर दिया, इस यहाँ पे तुमको सेक्रेटरियल ऑडिट में तुमको क्लाइंट से ऐसा डिस्कस करना चाहिए. इट्स ऑल अबाउट द प्रोसेसेस. So this should be remain between the peer reviewer and the peer reviewed unit, the person who is getting his peer review done. So it should be between the 4 of them. Then it can be done properly. इसी से जस्ट आगे की यदि बात करूं तो एक peer review के ऊपर ही एक मुद्दा याद आता है यहाँ से कि when I was in class 9th एंड 10th मैं जिस स्कूल में था उसी स्कूल में बीएड कॉलेज भी चलता था और मेरी सिस्टर वहां से बीएड कर रही थी। तो मैं स्कूल में नॉर्मली कभी भी पोस्ट लंच बैठता नहीं था, 3-4 क्लास अटेंड किया और भाग जाता था। मेरी सिस्टर पूछने आई आशीष घर कहाँ है, सारे मेरे साथ वाले बच्चे थे, उनको मजा आ गया और उन्होंने बोला तो भाग गया, वो तो कभी क्लास अटेंड करता ही नहीं है। तो ये भी एक पीयर रिव्यू था, पर वो पीयर रिव्यू घर पे कितना भारी पड़ा वो उस दिन समझ में आया। पर उसी पीयर रिव्यू का नतीजा था कि टुडे आई एम स्टैंडिंग बिफोर यू एंड आई हैव बिकम द प्रेसिडेंट एंड डन सो मेनी थिंग्स। तो ये पीयर रिव्यू आपकी भी बहुत सारी चीजें चेंज कर सकता है, टोटली डिपेंड्स ऑन यू। जो आज हम डिसिप्लिनरी की बात कर रहे हैं, यदि आपका सिस्टम स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा, मे बी वो चांस ही नहीं आएगा जब आपको बीओडी या डीसी में जाना पड़े। यू कैन हैव योर स्ट्रांग सिस्टम एट प्लेस, चाहे वो फिजिकल सिस्टम की बात हो, मैनुअल सिस्टम की बात हो। और इस कोरोना पीरियड में वी ऑल कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हैव बेनिफिटेड इमेंसली, आई विल से, बिकॉज इसके पहले वर्क फ्रॉम होम का जो कल्चर था या रिमोट एरिया वर्किंग का कल्चर था, तो वो आईटी प्रोफेशन में ही था। पर हमने इस पूरे पीरियड में बोर्ड मीटिंग से लेके जनरल मीटिंग से लेके सेक्रेटरियल ऑडिट से लेके सारी चीजें ऑनलाइन हैंडल की हैं। So today, if we are talking about the tier 2, tier 3 cities, company secretaries or other places, they can do wonders. They can have the client of other places, other cities, and they can handle them because they can do the work while sitting at the remote area. So now it's not about the opportunities in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. World is open. Anyone can practice anywhere. Anyone can have a client of any places. My friend was talking about the GST in the morning and raised the question about the in an open house. I can tell you one of my student who was a company secretary was practicing at Bombay. He came back to Indore and shifted to a very remote area जहाँ पे एक भी company नहीं है, जो even district भी नहीं है. And he is doing the practice of GST with the all surrounded area and 1,000 client he is having. So it's totally depends on you what you want to do. स्टैटिस्टिक्स मैंने आपको बहुत सारे हैं अलग अलग उसके बारे में कि पिछले कितने टाइम में ये पीयर रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म बहुत स्ट्रांग हो चुका है और अगले साल से सारी कंपनीज जिनका भी आप सेक्रेटरियल ऑडिट करेंगे वो पीयर रिव्यू में रहेंगी। नरसिम्हन सर सेबी से भी रेगुलरली इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं। वी आर थिंकिंग कि अभी जो पीयर रिव्यू हमने मैंडेटरी किया है वो सेबी की तरफ से ही मैंडेटरी हो जाए कि इसके बाद जितनी भी लिस्टेड कंपनीज हैं उन सबका पीयर रिव्यू उन सबका ऑडिट सिर्फ पीयर रिव्यूड फर्म ही कर पाएगी। सो वी आर प्रेजेंटली वी आर मेकिंग इट voluntary or mandatory through our guidelines. Now regulator, it's time to regulator that they will do it mandatory for you. इसके बाद I think another 2 minutes then I'll close. So सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है, यदि मैं वापस बोलूं, शब्दों पर ध्यान दीजिए क्योंकि वही शब्द हैं जो कार्य में बदलते हैं। कार्यों पर ध्यान दीजिए क्योंकि यदि आप अच्छा कार्य करेंगे तो वो आपकी आदत बन जाएगी। आदत पर ध्यान दीजिए, वो चरित्र में बदलती है। राम और रावण, आदत, चरित्र आप कोरिलेट कर सकते हैं कहीं भी, कृष्ण और कंस से लेके राम और रावण से लेके आज के युग में भी किन्हीं भी दो लोगों को लेके। तो शब्दों पर ध्यान दीजिए, वो कार्य में बदलते हैं। कार्य पर ध्यान दीजिए, वो आदत में बदलती है। और आदत पर ध्यान दीजिए, वो चरित्र में बदलते हैं। और चरित्र पर ध्यान दीजिए, वो आपकी किस्मत बदलता है। तो सबसे ज्यादा जो शुरुआत होती है वो आपके विचारों से होती है और यदि आपके विचार अच्छे हैं तो एंड में आपकी किस्मत जरूर अच्छी ही रहेगी। अपनी बात को बस यहीं पे समाप्त करता हूं क्योंकि हम अपॉर्चुनिटीज की बात कर रहे थे, पीसीएस डे के सेलिब्रेशन की बात की संदीप भाई ने और प्रवीण जी ने, जिन्होंने प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर और पीसीएस चेयरमैन इस कार्यक्रम को इतना अच्छा सफल बनाया। और जब लंच आई थिंक बाहर चालू हो चुका उसके बाद भी हॉल फुल है, तो इस बात की, इस प्रोग्राम की सक्सेस को बताता है कि यस, जो हमने सोचा था कि हम लोनावला की खूबसूरत वादियों में यदि प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज के साथ में बैठ के कुछ वार्तालाप कर सकते हैं और कुछ मैसेज उनको दे सकते हैं, तो इनकी वो जो पहल थी वो कामयाब हुई है। और हम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी वो सब कर सकते हैं जो हम सोचते हैं, जो हम करना चाहते हैं। और बस इसी बात के साथ कि सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, दीपक से जलता देखोगे। अपनी हद रोशन करने से तुम मुझको कब तक रोकोगे? तुम हालातों की भट्टी में जब जब मुझको झोंकोगे, तुम हालातों की भट्टी में जब जब मुझको झोंकोगे, तप तप कर सोना बनूंगा मैं। तुम मुझको कब तक रोकोगे? तुम मुझको कब तक रोकोगे? जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views. especially connecting the deliberations with the day-to-day affairs. Now I request CS Nagendra D. Raoji to please share his views.
A very good afternoon to all the esteemed members of our profession present over here. I feel I am in a dilemma when such a speech is being delivered, and that also in Hindi. So it becomes very difficult task for a South Indian to talk in some or the other way in Hindi, but I will attempt at the end. Once again, very good afternoon to all the esteemed members present over here. I have been assigned to talk on the subject of code of conduct, because code of conduct plays a very important role for any profession for that matter, and more so when we have a theme called as CS, a preferred professional. Because the moment you say that you are going to be preferred, the important two element comes into being is the conduct, the character, the attitude of the professional. And the sub-theme also is excellently well coined to talk about building trust and enabling sustainability. Sustainability is very, very important, and more so when we have the younger lot who are present over here, and when we had yesterday, one of the former presidents spoke about undercutting. Sustainability plays a very, very important role, because there are new younger lots coming in, and you will sail in the same boat. You will also become senior one or the other day, and there will be younger who will come, and you will find you will also feel the same pinch whether the younger lot has done, into inverted commas, misconduct. Friends, before I start with the topic on the code of conduct, let me start with disclaimer. Whatever I am saying is of an individual view. It is nothing to do with that of the institute, or it is nothing to do with as a past presiding officer of the disciplinary committee, or even the present presiding officer of the Board of Discipline. Chapter 5 of the Company Secretaries Act 1980, Section 21 to Section 22E talks about the disciplinary mechanism. Now, before going through the disciplinary mechanism, yesterday in newspaper it reads as, and especially when Amit ji is present over here, many resolution professional under scanner for misconduct. This is the tagline, New Delhi, Times Group. The Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India is probing several resolution professionals for allegedly violating the code of conduct and not acting in the best interest of the creditors. And here we are discussing on the topic of code of conduct. Today's newspaper, The Hindu, 400 chartered accountants, company secretaries under scanner for alleged role in incorporating Chinese shell companies. Though we know, but again today, so it means fresh cases of 400 professionals being involved. And therefore you will find the need, when we talk about the theme of building trust and enabling the sustainability of all the professionals present over here, including me. Because you find on various occasions, various matters which comes before the authorities on one or the other issues, either in terms of, I know December is coming and you will find a number of cases of political nature also coming in and giving huge lot of opportunities to the disciplinary committee or the board of discipline to go through the various cases. But though you will always find all professional members are not welcome to the board of discipline or the board of discipline or the disciplinary committee. I will narrate a few instances because I think the practical aspect would make more importance the convention like this. First we talk about, because in the morning session also there was also an interaction which took place about Chinese companies, and one of the member also raised what institute is taking steps. One small instance. Assume a situation, there is a Chinese national. The Chinese national comes to India, forms a company. She marries an Indian national and she gets a new Indian passport. At the time of DIN registration, we have given one passport copy. At the time of incorporation, you have the another set of passport copy. Correct? So you will find two passports, therefore giving a doubt in the mind of a regulator. Probably the professional probably would not have exercised his due diligence when he is incorporating a company. There are many such instances. I am just giving one such instance which comes to our purview. Second example. We all know when we are incorporating company, we have to put the name board, the registered office, the SIN number and all other details. All of us know. I will not get into that. But when actually you see in the form, you will find all those things are missing, where you will find clearly an act of not exercising due care and caution at the time of incorporation of the company. Just highlighting one or two cases. Third instance, I would urge all our professional friends to be very, very, very careful when you are certifying, and even yesterday former President Mahesh Athavliji very rightly said, we have to be very, very cautious, especially for 4 or 5 forms, very, very careful. A, DIR 12, B, Pass 3, because you are changing the entire, you are handing over one company to the other. You are entirely, by filing DIR 12, by not exercising due care and caution. I am talking about certain professional, few professional who may enter into those particular transactions. So you will find that in DIR 12, you file a particular document resigning, even though the director would not have resigned, and therefore you will find yesterday when former president spoke about that he is sending an email to the other director asking him to confirm whether he has resigned or he has not resigned before he certifying or his entity certifying that particular form, because you will find that you are changing the structure of the company. And we should be more and more careful, especially in companies where you will find there are a family-owned business. Family-owned business. Why? Because you will find there is nothing called as a trust, even amongst brothers, even among sisters, at least in today's commercial world. And you will find in that context, you will be in trouble if you are certifying certain forms where you have not verified whether notice is there, notice has been sent, dispatch has taken place, no records. But still, we find that we ask a question to at least one of few friends I know ask a question, what institute does? It is not institute does. The institute can take members to the pond, but it is like you take the horse to the pond and horse has to drink the water. The institute cannot make you cannot make horse drink unless and until you can only take to the horse to the pond. So therefore, it is up to our responsibility, the duty of ours, in order to ensure whenever we are certifying the forms. Yesterday, one of our former presidents informed that we have concept called as 80-20. 80 certification, 20 advisory. And he suggested that yes, we should switch from 80-20 to 20-80. But please understand the logic of 80-20. In doing that 80, we still give our digital signature. Pen is mightier than sword. We give our pen, we give our digital signature to our trainees. And probably we may or we may not even look at that particular form, and the form gets certified. And when they appear before certain forums or when they come asking for advice and guidance, the simple answer is, my trainee has done that particular form, I have not done it. So what I am trying to say is, we should be very, very, very careful, especially when we talk about. I know a typical matter where we find that one of our professional, all this is all quoted, I am not exaggerating or I am not telling, everything is there on record. There is one professional. We had, before the GST, we had something called as a service tax. And everybody knows if your income is more than 20 lakhs, you need to register with the service tax and you have to file the service tax return. And we all know that it was on either on a receipt basis or an accrual basis. Now there is one professional, I will not name him. He has collected all the amount of service tax from the company, but has failed to pay to the authorities. Now, a huge bomb has been hit to that particular professional, asking him to deposit an amount of more than crores of rupees to him, asking, now I have already spent for A, B, C, now from where I will pay. Now again you will find what would be its implication, what would be its action. Because it is not that individual profession. Please understand, whenever you see any newspaper report, even today what newspaper report, I just read it out, it is not with the name of an individual, it is profession, it is chartered accountant, it is company secretary, it is cost accountant. So in other words, if any act what is being done by any of our professional, including me, it is not an individual whose image is going to be tarnished, it is also the image of the institute which is going to be tarnished, which will not help in building the trust, which will not help in enabling the sustainability of our profession as a whole. As a council member, and as all the former president or all the previous council member have taken such steps in order to ensure that our profession grows from leaps to bounds. And in order to ensure that particular actions which have been taken, let us not do certain actions which will warrant that our profession would be endangered, and by virtue of which our profession comes down. Pass 3, allotment of shares. Money has not come in, but you are already allotting the shares. FCGPR, you are not checking, especially foreign investments. Share certificate has all not issued. Original share certificate not issued, duplicate share certificate has been issued, split has happened, no records in the board meeting. Share certificate with the original shareholders as well as share certificate with the another set of shareholders. Many instances are there, you will find that you will be acting, you will be in trouble. Transfer of shares, one of the most dangerous, it is like an live wire. You have to be very, very careful and cautious whenever you are certifying or whenever you are mentioning in the annual return or whenever any documents you do, you have to be very, very careful. please be very careful in case, more so when you are entering into a joint venture agreements where you have to check not only your articles of association but also other documents by virtue of which you know that what are the various covenants to be fulfilled, what set of shareholders can attend the board meeting. It is just not only 2 directors or 3 directors who are going to attend, but is there any restrictive clause which is there in the articles of association? So if you are certifying, please ensure that you go through each and every document. There was one question which was asked by a member in the morning, especially with regards to Chinese company, where X is innocent, Y is innocent. It is the court who is going to prove that X is innocent or not. We have to only follow what the rules and regulation talk about, and therefore any complaint which comes to the institute by any mode, whether it is through Registrar of Companies, whether through the IBBI, or whether it is through the executive, to the Enforcement Directorate or from CBI, you have to, the moment complaint comes in Form 1, you have to immediately, the process is already well defined. And that particular process, we being, and our motto speak about, speak the truth, abide by the law. The law says you have to follow the process. And therefore you will find that there is a separate disciplinary mechanism which is there from section 21 onwards till section 22 E of the Act. Ashish, still time is there? I will just conclude in 2-3 minutes, please. I will just conclude. One of the most important thing which I think as a professional, since I am talking about, when we are doing certain errors, it may happen even inadvertently. It is not that when you appear before any authority that you have already been held guilty. There are n number of cases like Union of India and others versus J. Ahmad, Inspector Premchand and Government of NCT of Delhi and others. Innocent mistake does not constitute any misconduct. So those, you should be aware of certain case laws which may help you in case of an inadvertent error. Harish N. Mankadi versus State of Gujarat, procedural mistake does not amount to misconduct. So the most important thing is whether there is any professional misconduct. Misconduct presupposes deliberate, conscious and malafide intention. Plenty of cases are there. I think the time is may not, what we say, only 10 minutes was allotted to me. As I said, at the end I may try to speak in Hindi, because he narrated Ramayana, Ram, Ravan he talked about. So I thought I will speak about just one anecdote. There was a deliberation between Krishna and Duryodhana. And in that deliberation, I think, let me translate it, it will be better. Krishna asked Duryodhana, why you are doing such sins? So Duryodhana says, I know that I am doing the sins. And I know very well that this is a sin, but I am helpless. Similarly, when Krishna spoke to Karna, he says, you are a Danshur Veer Karna. Why you are in the side of adharma? He says, I know very well that I am in the side of adharma, but I am also helpless. Why I am helpless? Because friendship is more important to me compared to dharma. Let us burn those selfishness, let us burn those wickedness, let us burn those friendshipness amongst the wicked act of the promoters and ensure that we build trust and we enable the sustainability so that the growth of the profession increases from leap and bound. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views while touching upon the practical aspects. Due to some exigency, our guest, Shri Amit Pradhanji, has to leave. So I request Shri Nagendra Raoji to please present Angwas Shahid Ki Beti certificate to our guest.
Ashji, thank you allowing regulator to exit.
I now request our speaker, Makran Joshi ji, to please share his views.
Good afternoon. And I'm glad that you are here I was just waiting and I was seeing that more and more people are coming in, so I was feeling very good. I was afraid that I am the last speaker to speak, so probably everybody will be at the lunch deck. So nice of you, Ashish ji. And I always get mesmerized when Ashish speaks and his Hindi. Whenever I go to Indore, I try to speak Hindi. Not as good as he speaks, but make some attempts. There were 3 speakers, apart from the regulatory perspective. First was peer review, which our past president Ashish Garg spoke. Then there was code of conduct, which disciplinary committee, presiding officer, and past chairman, past president spoke. And then I am on a practicing company secretary. Of course, they are also practicing company secretaries, but they also possess a lot of data and knowledge from Institute Central Council side. So I have been given a task to speak on KYC and due diligence before accepting a client. So when Alkaji called me that I have to speak on KYC and diligence, I became a little nostalgic because this whole concept of KYC got codified via PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And when that act came, we read that, and I didn't realize, it was 2006 probably, and I didn't realize what we have to do about it. Then slowly, each and every regulator started talking about banks were mandated, KYC, all of that. So if I have to talk about KYC and due diligence, and Nagendra Raoji has little scared me about certification work and the care which we have to take with respect to checking passports and all. 2 ways I want to discuss this subject. One is with respect to screening when we are getting new client, and 2 is from the context of attracting the inquiries what we are attracting. Because in universe, whatever is happening because of, like I will get my clients. Like I will get my people. And therefore, attracting right candidate and screening whatever inquiries we receive, these are the 2 aspects on which I want to ponder. When I started my career, I remember I had no idea that I also have to check the credential of the client. I had no idea. I will be very honest. It is only because of the passage of time and losing of some hairs. The credit goes to that. I lost a lot of hairs because of, not being able to do some of those KYCs in the early years. So when you started your career, you were not knowing that it's not that client is choosing you. You are also have to, the responsibility is also on you to choose client. And that kind of abundance, many times we don't live. I hope I am communicating. We may live in scarcity that there is less work in the world,
and therefore whatever inquiry I get, I have to somehow convert into an assignment. So if we start living in abundance, there is a lot of work, there are a lot of clients, then obviously this risk of getting wrong client gets eliminated to a large extent. I was sharing that I am going to discuss this aspect into two ways, the screening mode and the attracting mode. The screening mode doesn't excite me much. The attraction mode excites me much. You know, because whatsoever screening you do, no police can stop a thief from stealing money. Howsoever intelligent our systems are, nobody can stop frauds from happening, and that's what we heard when the regulators were speaking. And therefore, all the more I feel that KYC and diligence is a very internal process. It's a very internal process and it's a very personal process. Whenever new services, if somebody wants to start, the first thing which we discuss is what is our offer to the customer. So when we are doing secretarial audit, what is our offer to the customer? When we are doing, for example, CSR impact assessment, what is our offer to the customer? And whatever is going to be our offer is going to determine my quality of client. Am I communicating? So although secretarial audit, everybody has to issue MR3. So output format is same, but nobody is engaging you for giving MR3 because there are so many options which any company has. Why is he choosing you? Because he feels that there is something which he is looking in this process of issuing MR3 which you will be delivering, and therefore we will be attracting that kind of customer. And this happens all across. This happens all across, irrespective of which service we are in. Whether it is secretarial audit, whether it is GST, whether it is incorporation, whether it is FEMA, whether it is operation and mismanagement, whether it is, any assignment which you take, what is our proposition for my customer? Whenever we decide what is my proposition, it predominantly many times depends on my capabilities. So whatever I am capable of, that is my proposition. But if we restrict our proposition to my capabilities, and if the capabilities are low, then the proposition will be low, and that the quality of client which will attract will also be of that nature. I hope I am communicating. Avishkar mentioned about alpha, gamma. So, in universe also there is a radio frequency. And you attract client, whatever will, the client will get attracted the way you are demonstrating and projecting. The other day there was one ex-MMJC called me saying that she is working with one very large company. And she said that in our office there was a discussion that whether we should change secretarial auditor. And she offered to her boss that Makaran ko bulaya gaya. And boss said that nahi, wo bahut qualification karega. And she called me saying, this is the reputation which you carry. I said, good, fantastic. That means those clients who are afraid of some non-compliance getting reported will not come to me. It's fantastic. That's an amazing KYC for attracting a client. Whatever is our proposition will determine whatever is our image. For example, all film actors or, they are always worried, if I am doing a negative role, then I will get bracketed into that kind of an image, or a positive role, then that chocolate hero, all that angry young man. So company secretaries also have an image. And we, by our conduct, are creating our image, and that determines the quality of customer which we are going to attract. Now, if we take care of that image, to a large extent, wrong people will not come in our life. This is my understanding. And whatever mistakes I have done in past, or whatever mistakes I do, when I look back, I realize that, oh, I didn't have this quality, therefore this thing came to me. I didn't demonstrate this particular, I was not vocal about it, and therefore this person came in my life. There was some different incident in our office yesterday about one employee, and I was thinking that how did that employee came to MMJC? No, it's not about psychometric test or interview process. It's about my conduct. How could I attract that kind of candidate in my office? So that I need to tweak. I feel that, If I have to speak on KYC in terms of what we can check, I can go on and on and on. You know, there is so much data available at a public domain. But that you can anyway do Google, and there are many books which will be available and can be made as a process. But this was one thought I wanted to share before everybody concludes for lunch and the concluding session. Another concept which I wanted to share, when I had started practice, it was 2001. At that time, large companies never used to be, there was very less role for a practicing company secretary to play apart from the search report or, those share capital reconciliation. Otherwise, listed companies would not approach practicing company or managing director remuneration. So, majority of the practicing company secretaries base were MSME client. So when I used to visit client, and when I am entering his building, my KYC starts. When I am entering his building, my KYC starts. Office kahan hai? When I am out of his office, name board laga hai ki nahi laga hai, KYC starts. When I am asked to wait for managing director to meet, where I am asked to wait, conference room hai कि उधर ही गद्दे पे बिठा है, my KYC starts. उसका अकाउंटेंट कौन है, my KYC starts. उसका शेयर होल्डर कौन है, my KYC starts. Who is his auditor? This is my KYC. What kind of polishedness is there in his conduct, my KYC. What is his compensation to his auditor is my KYC. What quality of people he is engaging is my KYC. And then accordingly I will position what kind of services we should offer, even if he has called me for offering the services. And what kind of fees I will charge to that client. It will depend on the profile of the customer and whether I am willing to offer that particular service to him or not. So this was another aspect. And this I missed big time since COVID. COVID time, everybody comes, there is a phone call that we are calling from ABC Limited and kindly we wanted your profile and a quote. No, I always used to tell my people that no, I want to meet him. I want to meet him and see him, and then only we should send our profile and quotation. Only then the KYC will work. Your wives tell you what is the KYC. When I started practice, me and my colleague were sitting in my cabin, and one client came and then he went out, and then I felt that I am feeling very dull. I'm feeling very dull. His vibes are not good. I don't want this client. So this is how, this is another approach of selecting a client or choosing a client, or rather why to choose, attracting a client. What kind of client I am attracting is most important. Another angle to it is, see, of course, risk mitigation is the first part which everybody has elaborated, so I don't want to elaborate and strengthen it further. I am talking a bit little on a commercial side since this is the practicing company secretaries gathering. The due diligence should tell us what are the pain areas of the client. What are the pain areas of the client and what are the services for which he will engage us. So that should be the due diligence. The due diligence should tell us that client is engaging us for ABC services, but he can also hire us for PQR services if we are able to project our capability and knowledge on that subject to him. So due diligence has multiple facets. Risk mitigation is one of it. There are a lot of other positive facets of it and a lot of other angles to it as far as KYC and diligence is concerned. I have probably finished my 10 minutes and I will conclude my talk here and over to the two presidents to take question answers maybe. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Makaran ji. इससे सरल शब्दों में केवाईसी कैसे करना है शायद आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा. हमेशा हमको केवाईसी मतलब पैन कार्ड की कॉपी ले लो, एमसीए की साइट चेक कर लो, डायरेक्टर्स की प्रोफाइल चेक कर लो. But this is the real practical way how to do it. So I'll take few questions from the public if any, because this session is the last session having building trust. So वो trust कैसे build करना है? नागेंद्र भाई ने इसके पहले जो दुर्योधन का और कर्ण का एग्जाम्पल दिया था उसी बात को जस्ट वो जो हिंदी में या संस्कृत के शब्दों में उस टाइम अधूरी रह गई थी, वो कहता हूं कि जानामि धर्मम न जानामि प्रवृत्ति, जानामि धर्मम न जानामि प्रवृत्ति, जानामि अधर्मम न जानामि निवृत्ति। मुझे मालूम है कि धर्म क्या है, पर मैं उसके रास्ते पे नहीं चल पाता। मुझे मालूम है कि अधर्म क्या है, पर मैं उस रास्ते को नहीं छोड़ सकता। तो ये जो चाहे डिसिप्लिनरी का मैकेनिज्म हो, चाहे केवाईसी का मैकेनिज्म हो, चाहे पीयर रिव्यू का मैकेनिज्म हो, हर दौर में दो तरह के लोग रहे हैं। रामायण में भी राम और रावण थे, महाभारत में भी पांडव और कौरव थे, कृष्ण और कंस थे। इस युग में भी, हर युग में भी कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हैं तो उनके भी दो क्लास हो सकते हैं। ये आपको डिसाइड करना है कि आपको धर्म की तरफ रहना है कि आपको अधर्म की तरफ रहना है। तभी आपके लिए ये सारा जो कॉन्फिडेंस और बिल्डिंग ऑफ ट्रस्ट है, ये सारे सेशन पॉसिबल है। सो ऑन दिस नोट, if any questions then I'll take, else we'll conclude. Any questions of any of the things related to building trust, peer review, KYC norms or disciplinary mechanism or BOD or related to this topic? I think all questions have been raised during the open house session, so nothing has been left. Pramod bhai.
This question is to Mr. Makarand Joshi. Sir, about KYC norms. After examining the KYC, what action you take? I mean, if the client is not worthy, you don't take up the client, or how do you identify, sir, that the client is worth taking or not, sir?
Can you repeat again?
How do you identify the client, whether he is worth taking it or not? What do you explain to us?
Right. So, the word taking the client or not, I think the most relevant answer is, will I be able to satisfy client? And will it allow me to provide sustainable service? So will he allow me to qualify if I am a secretarial auditor? If he will not allow me to qualify, better not engage irrespective of whatever is the profile of the client. I think I spoke a lot of aspect on it, but what I feel is, one is the hardcore KYC, which is about documentation, and other is about the relationship which we are going to enjoy, which is going to enrich each other or not. The relationship which gives a lot of stress and strain is no for me, and the relationship which gives more and more enrichment, learning, another challenge for demonstrating newer skills is a tick for me. Thank you, sir. Thanks for asking question.
Thank you. Yeah, Pawan.
Sir, being past presidents, you might have observed various cases of disciplinary or the peer while doing the peer reviews. What are those things which are lacking in our members, which is leading to the disciplinary cases, or during the process of peer review, what is lacking in a practicing unit? So that, see, what you told, or whether it is a KYC or disciplinary or peer review, what is the ideal you spoke, that is agree, but what is that we are lacking? So that if you point out those things, it would be better for all the delegates to improvise upon that.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a good question. I think Nagen bhai, you can take it about this disciplinary and BOD, then I'll cover rest of the things about the peer review.
Okay. Ashish, our former president, spoke about the Duryodhan and Karna, Rama, Ravana, in other different people. I am saying all of them reside in every human being. Since it resides in every human being, including me, I have to make a choice as to what I should take, what I should not. I can vouch, I'm saying, I know many practicing company secretary, yesterday they have qualified and today they are practice. Their plate is not only filled up, it is overflowing. The plate is overflowing. If you make a choice that a small community of 12,000 companies, practicing company secretary, or 11,500 approximately who are there. Our own community. Let not spill those. Because of that spilling, what is happening is we are not providing our good services in order to enable the sustainability over a long term, thereby attracting the due diligence, not doing due diligence properly, thereby appearing before the DC or X or Y. So I would like to say that it is the character, it is the conduct, it is the attitude of an individual to make a choice. And one of the most important thing, what I feel is, we have not learnt the word no. Because whatever comes, we accept it. Like some in Hindi, चलता है attitude, ऐसा कुछ उन्होंने बोला थोड़ा देर पहले. Like that, so that chalta attitude will not work in long term, and more so in terms of an artificial intelligence, when not only you, President at the open house session has very clearly told that even a trainee who is doing a form is going to be tracked, and even supposing a particular form in web-based mechanism is altered 5 times, what has altered those 5 times is also being captured by the artificial intelligence. And that will also help the investigating agency more so in criminal, and their section 52 of Indian Penal Code is not going to help you to say act of good faith. So therefore, you have to be choosy in order to come to a conclusion whether what I should choose, what I should not.
I think to add further, जो नरसिम्हन सर, yes. So जो नागेंद्र भाई ने बोला उसके आगे की या पहले की जो चीजें हैं वो यही है कि क्या मिसिंग है या क्या ध्यान रखना चाहिए. जो पवन का स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन था कि इतने सारे केसेस आ जाते हैं, क्यों आ रहे हैं? क्या हम एक एग्जांपल से, एक गलती से नहीं सीख सकते? क्या हम नहीं देख सकते कि यदि किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति ने फॉर्म को गलत सर्टिफाई किया है, ऑलरेडी डीसी के बीओडी के केसेस साइट पे डले हुए हैं, चाइनीज कंपनी का मैटर आ गया है, रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस का एड्रेस नहीं लगा है, फिर भी हम वो गलतियां क्यों कर रहे हैं? वो गलतियां सिर्फ एक ही कारण से हो रही हैं, क्योंकि हम में कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज मिसिंग आ रही है. जो लोग ये गलतियां कर रहे हैं वो है सत्यम वद धर्मम चर स्वाध्यायमा प्रमद. क्योंकि वो स्पीक द ट्रुथ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वो अबाइड बाय द लॉ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और वो कंटिन्यूअस स्टडी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. आज भी आई थिंक यदि मैं एक, बिकॉज आई वाज द प्रेसिडेंट ड्यूरिंग 2020 एज अ कोरोना प्रेसिडेंट, एंड 2 persons who were doing most of the webinars, more than the president or vice president, was 2 persons, Sudhakar Ji and Makaran Joshi. Even after having so much of involvement in their practice and the employment, if they can devote regularly 2-3 hours for the institute, so they are doing that, they are practicing that, they are following it. तो वो हम कहीं ना कहीं नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो ये एक सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है. दूसरी चीज है कि एक अंतर है हर व्यक्ति में कि हमें किस कैटेगरी में रहना है. हमें साधारण की कैटेगरी में रहना है या श्रेष्ठ की कैटेगरी में रहना है. आज 67,000 कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हैं, 15,000 प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हैं. मैं ये नहीं बोलता कि टायर 2 टायर 3 सिटीज में आप इनिशियल लेवल पे बोल सकते हो कि नहीं ये काम मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये करूंगा, बिकॉज समटाइम्स यू डोंट हैव ऑप्शंस, बट एटलीस्ट यू कैन डिसाइड हाउ टू डू इट, हाउ यू कैन करेक्ट इट, how you can guide them, how you can maintain the documents, so at least if any DC or BOD will happen, you can prevent yourself. So that things you can choose. आप ये नहीं हो सकता कि आप छोटे शहर में रह के आपको पहले दिन लिस्टेड कंपनी का ऑडिट मिल जाएगा, या मकरंद भाई ने जैसे बोला KYC करोगे और आपके पास सारी बड़ी कंपनीज आ जाएंगी. It will happen over the years. बट एटलीस्ट आप उस समय पे उस क्लाइंट को गाइड कर सकते हो. तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आपको क्या बन के रहना है, आपको साधारण बनना है या श्रेष्ठ बनना है. और दोनों में सिर्फ एक ही अंतर है कि साधारण हमेशा उसको चुनता है जो आसान है, इजी है, आसानी से मिल गया.
सर्वश्रेष्ठ उसी को चुनता है जो मुश्किल है। और इसी बात पे है कि कुछ करना है तो डटकर चल, कुछ करना है तो डटकर चल, थोड़ा दुनिया से हटकर चल, लीक पर तो सभी चलते हैं, कभी इतिहास पलट कर चल।
वाह 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 वाह। Just a small poser. I mean, it's a fact of life that no client, no company wants to have any qualification in their report. But I cannot, I mean, fortunately we have to write the report only in English, not in Hindi, like what he can do. But English is such a beautiful language. In whatever we say, it will be an observation, it will be an adverse remark, it will be a qualification, but written in such a manner that it gives a comfort to the regulator that it was an act which happened inadvertently. It was not unless it's a main reason where you have no choice. Because there you don't have any choice, because today artificial intelligence is able to identify what you have not done when an event has already happened. Like what happened to annual secretarial compliance report? You were witness to it, sir. There were 90 odd members of our profession. They have not mentioned about the penalty which has been imposed by the stock exchange on the company. What prevents them from doing it? If you just have to scan, you go into the Google, just search for the company or go into the NSE, BSE website, you will get to know about the penalty which has been imposed. That is morally wrong. That is totally wrong. But in terms of an event which happened, which could have been avoided, which inadvertently results in a qualification. No, I think there the language comes in very handy, and I found that many a time they will simply say, okay, fine, you have to qualify, you do it. But can you send me the language? And when you send that language in such a manner that, and they will fine tune it. I don't say no client, I'm willing to share that observation with the client, and I'm very happy that first the client is convinced that yes, I have to do this, there's no way out. And then find out a Y media by which it can be reported in the manner in which we have to, but in a language which is the most convenient between the two of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Closing ceremony है क्या? This is a closing ceremony.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Amarnath, PCS from Chennai. I have a fair question that based on the annual accounts given by the company, we file annual returns. That is certified by the statutory auditor. So company itself do some fudging in the accounts. We are not supposed to audit or to see the books of accounts. But based on the statutory auditor certified copies of the annual accounts, we are filing annual return. In that case, in future, some agency, AD or some agency, CBA, somebody found out that they have done a big cheating. In this case, as a company secretary in practice, by certifying annual returns, how we can defend it? And in that case, because we are all, majority people are in employment. And we are in employment, not like an statutory auditor, we don't have so much powers. So we are an employee of the company, we have to abide the management and what they said, we have to do it. In that case, what institute taken steps to protect an employee who is in employment and struggling? I'm doing some wrong certification, lekin karna pad raha hai, kya karu? Yes, this is a situation where everybody is facing it. What mechanism institute is making it? Because there is, for everybody there is a grievance mechanism. But in our institute, we do not have a proper grievance mechanism. So many people saying that MCA, we have issues, that and this. I'm telling frankly. There is a mechanism where the president or institute council has to put a mail ID, something to address the issues of the members who are in employment or practice, so that they can put a grievance, this is a problem I'm facing, how can you guide me? If I'm wrong, you can talk to me harshly, but this is a fact, everybody here. Among our members, after 66,000 members, there is 51,000 above members are in employment. There should be specific mechanism. I'm sorry to say this, there are lot of council members are there, they are all from PCS only, 1 or 2 people from employment, so that there are not much representatives from employment, but majority people are employees as company secretaries of the firm, or compliance officer, or some other positions.
Thank you, Amarnath. since I know you personally also, I would suggest that this question should have been at the open house session. Since President and the Secretary are the official spokesperson of the institute, I may be breaching my protocol. So your question I will inform the President and he will speak to you, or I will ensure I will facilitate answering you. Thank you very much.
Anything else, or? So we can close the session.
So I request Ashish Garg ji and Nagendra Rao ji to please present Shaheed Ki Beti certificate to Makran Joshi ji. Concluding this conference, I on behalf of ICSI formally thank all the sponsors, vendors, Della Resorts for their efforts and support. I thank the speakers for their wonderful and thought-provoking deliberations. I thank all the delegates, both physical and virtual, for being patient, attentive, and making this conference a success. I thank the President, Council members, and Team ICSI for all the efforts put in. In the last, I would also like to invite you all to the National Convention of Company Secretaries, tentatively to be held during the first week of September 2022. Thank you.
यहाँ बैठ जाते हैं ना, बैठ जाओ, खड़े हो जाते हैं यहाँ पे, आगे सब लोग आएंगे, आ जाइए। यार मैं कैजुअल से हूँ, कोई इधर आगे आ जाए। मैं चेंज मैं क्लोज, अलका तो मेरे सामने आ जाओ।